Please come inside. We are waiting for you. Please come inside.
Ada itu mah, itu nggak, Rosoro.
Hello. Please keep silence. Please, discussions afterwards, keep silence. Now I will request Mr. K. Satish Reddy, Chairman of Dr. Reddy's School, Dr. A. Venkateswarlu, Dr. Uday Saxena, Dr. Ramachandra, Dr. Sadhuka, to please come for this lighting of lamp ceremony.
Sir, once again.
Sir, group photo. Thank you.
Dear friends, now we will remember our colleagues who have passed away and read out the list which we put together. And after the list is read out, we will observe 2 minutes silence. We will observe 2 minutes silence. Great Dr. K. Anji garu, our fatherly figure, Dr. Om Reddy, Dr. M.R. Sharma, Dr. Koteswar Rao, Dr. B. Chandrasekhar, K.S. Raman, S. Manohar, Nageswar Rao, Yadaya, Nageswar Gupta, Sridhar Reddy, Hemant Sarnai. Please observe 2 minutes silence.
అయిపోయింది సార్.
We will give you time for networking and emotional bonding. Please come inside. Please allow Dr. Venkateswara Garu to come forward. Please facilitate. Occupy your seats. Everybody is outside the tent, Shamiana. Madams, please start the prayer song.
Hello. Bye. So namaskaram to everyone. Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Mahaganapatim Manasa Smarami Mahaganapatim Manasa Smarami Mahaganapatim Manasa Smarami Vasishtavamadevaadi Vandita Mahaganapatim Mahadeva Sutam Mahadeva Sutam Guru Guhanutam Mahadeva Sutam Guru Guhanutam Marakoti Prakasham Shantam Mahakavya Natakadi Priyam Mahakavya Natakadi Priyam Mushika Vahana Modaka Priyam Mahaganapatim Manasa Smarami Mahaganapatim.
Sridevi, are you ready? Now remembering our fatherly figure, Dr. K. Anji Garu, our team will show the film on Dr. Anji Garu's journey.
I am the pioneer in this field. When I started the drug discovery in '93, Even Redbuxy did not start. Redbuxy started much later. I realized as early as '93 itself that this feast will come to an end someday. And then I have told my people, and as president of IPCA, Indian Pharmaceutical Congress Association in Bangalore, in '93 January, I said that Indians can do the drug discovery work because we have brilliant organic chemists. People didn't believe me. And as I was telling this, actually, the construction of my lab was going on. So I had even started preparation as early as '92. And then I came back from Bangalore and '93 October, our lab was ready. We occupied the land. And since this is first such effort in this country, I had to rather transform myself into a group leader. I kept my chairman's position in the cupboard and then emerged as a group leader for the diabetes research in my research foundation. While I allowed my colleagues to independently work in the fields of cancer and infectious diseases, I took complete control of the diabetes research. The drug that has gone the farthest was in phase 3. So that is the class I picked up. I said, now that I kept that as a benchmark. That was a drug called troglitazone, which was being developed by Sankyo. And finally, we came out with a drug which is 200 times more potent than the original molecule of troglitazone. And that is when the Novo Nordisk, the diabetes leader in the world, had come to know about this. They approached us for licensing out. So in '97 March, we licensed our first compound. And the whole country, in India, one never heard of discovering a compound and licensing to a multinational. Yeah, but here is a research foundation which has completely shattered this myth that Indian companies cannot do drug discovery research.
That was in 1997 in the southern Indian city of Hyderabad. Three years later, that same compound, licensed to Novartis of Sweden, has a global market of $3 billion. In 16 years, Dr. Reddy's laboratories transformed itself from a bit player to the third largest pharmaceutical company in India. From pharmaceutical piracy through reverse engineering of global brands to a production and research unit committed to drug discovery.
Actually, I was more interested in the arts and other things. I was not sure, but science was definitely out of my context. But my cousin, who did his bachelor in arts, said, no, you are not going to take arts again. You must go for science. That is how I got into it. And once having got into it, what fascinated me was chemistry. I was actually born in a place called Tadepalli, which is the one that divides Tadepalli and Vijayawada is the Krishna River. The one side of the river is my village, and the other side is Vijayawada. But most of my education, the entire school education was in my grandmother's place. So it's a village again, few kilometers inside the Krishna River, but totally different from the village where I was born. Actually, my father grew turmeric. His father grew turmeric years together. My childhood was in the village where I did my schooling, and the predominant memories are of just fooling around, not taking studies seriously. But yet I stood first in the school. I created a record since the inception of the school. That was my highest score.
A chemical engineer by training for Dr. Anji Reddy, building a company had never really been a vision. He says it was something that just happened.
I was not actually. I was not dreaming about to be anything at all. It so happened that it came along. You know, you did your. Those days we used to call it a school SSLC. So you left the school, you went into the college, you did your intermediate, and then you went into the BSc since you had chemistry. And since you were first in the university, you could get admission in Bombay University. And then after having done that, I went to National Chemical Laboratory to do PhD because again, for some professor from Bombay University introduced me to this professor. So one thing led to other. I'll be dishonest if I say that, you know, I always wanted to be this and I did that. No, not at all. And then after the PhD, then the livelihood. And you want to do work somewhere. In those days, the 4-figure salary was the target, nothing else. To earn a 4-figure salary per month, that was the target. So I think if at all there is a target, that was my target, which is the only one I had in my life.
Modest ambitions, but as Dr. Mashelkar, the man credited with having single-handedly changed the research management scenario in India, says, Dr. Reddy's foresight is what enabled him to stay ahead of the times.
He's a product of National Chemical Laboratory, which was our laboratory, so as to say, and we are very proud of him. We are very proud of him because although he did his PhD, he went on to become what I might like to call as a technopreneur. He combines in a unique way technology and entrepreneurship, number one. Number two, he had the dynamism, vision, and he showed that rare innovation and creativity in thinking of what others were not thinking at the time that he did, basically, and he grew from a small player to what the enterprise today is. He was also the first one to venture into thinking of development of new molecules, which others were not. Most of the time, the drug industry was doing reverse engineering, copying process chemistry. But he said, I will develop new molecules. And lastly, he developed a new model of research itself as a business.
At the Reddy Labs, currently scientists are working on more than 5 molecules at different stages of development. Their focus, anti-cancer and anti-diabetes drugs. But it was government labs of a completely different scale and nature that led him to strike out on his own.
Indian Drugs and Pharmaceuticals is a government-owned company. And much before Margaret Thatcher started privatization in England, I who worked in a government-owned company, I left on my own. And look what happened to me and what happened to IDPL. IDPL is sick, as you know, for the last 10 years or so, losing 100 crores every year. Whereas a person like me who has worked in IDPL built an industry single-handedly, which will be turning with a sales turnover this year of 1,000 and odd crores. IDPL gave me a tremendous opportunity. I mean, why a huge number of drugs being produced there, wide varieties of technologies. And I spotted an opportunity for myself. That is what made me in these 25 years after I left IDPL what I am today. And also, the fact that at that time, the bulk drugs were imported from Italy and Spain, and there was a tariff barrier, as you know, from as much sometimes to the extent of 200%. So if your technology is as good as the Italians or the Spanish, you have a 200% benefit coming in. So there's no way you will fail. That's the reason why I have resigned from IDPL and started on my own. My role at the moment is I define myself as a licensing officer. And whatever they discover, my main role is, discovery is one thing, and then I don't have money to develop it all the way to the market. I don't do it also because I don't have a marketing system anywhere in the world, a marketing outfit except in India. So therefore, for at least a few years from now, we will have to license these compounds. And this is a very, very tricky aspect. And big multinational companies, we have to handle them very carefully. That is where actually I give my now undivided attention.
A thought competitors and industry watchers cannot but agree with. If DRL wants to grow, it's the international markets that are going to prove crucial.
This is a sort of information for us.
This challenge has been entrusted to Dr. Reddy's 33-year-old managing director and son, Satish Reddy.
Be the probable.
His role lies in now in actually planning and going global marketing. I was telling him, you get prepared, we will have molecules in the next 5 years or so. He has to set up field force and get going and start marketing. So whereas we have divided our jobs, I don't interfere with your job and don't interfere with my innovation, R&D.
It's always been our desire to be the leader, to be the number one. And in terms of all the efforts we are making to reach that position, and not only just in India, but even if you look at worldwide in terms of the kind of new things which we have pioneered, it's the challenge of taking it to a level where you're competing against the giants. Because if you look at the big pharma companies, I mean, sometimes it does tend to scare you, but it's a challenge by itself.
There were 3 stages in the evolution of what I am today. One is the stage up to starting the research foundation. That is one part of the life I would divide myself. And then come 93, I completely became a kind of tapas, doing tapas, like that. Tapasvi, you can say, I became a tapasvi. Then it continued. And by the time we licensed the molecule, I knew that I don't have to really struggle so much. On the other hand, I may be spoiling the atmosphere if I unnecessarily involve too much of myself here. And then I realized, what do I do now? And then I felt that we have to give it back to the society.
This led to the setting up of Dr. Reddy's Foundation for Social and Human Development in 1996, focusing on vocational training for street and underprivileged children.
We have been very successful. We are products of liberalization, and which brought untold suffering to the poorer people. It didn't enhance their lives. But now we who could innovate and do all these things, whether it is Ambani's or us or whoever it is, we have completely forgotten that the poorest of poor people live in this country. We should do something. In the same way we have innovated, we should do something for the poor people. That is what we are doing now. We pulled out, say in numbers, 3,000 children from the 2,000 or 3,000 children from the... And then this year we are committed to 500 livelihoods. Next year we want to make it 5,000 now. We're building a campus not far from here, where there will be 20,000 square feet buildings and institutions. People who want to teach will stay there in there like a hostel arrangement. And the bridge school will be shifted here in a 5-acre campus, so which costs more than $1.5 crore. I said, no, this is not real estate. I want to give away.
But the man who is responsible for putting India on the drug discovery track is not yet ready to give up. For Dr. Reddy, his manual on the prescription for being written.
I have yet to see one thing. A drug discovered from my stable becomes, when it is being marketed all over the world, I would like to go to some of those shops and watch my drug being prescribed and bought by the patients. And also I would like to, for example, anti-cancer drug, which we are developing. When it goes into the market, I would like to visit the hospitals and see who is taking that drug and what's happening.
Now I would request Mr. Khalil Pasha from Safety Department to brief the participants.
Good morning all, myself Khalil Pasha, taking care of safety of origin. Today we are not plan any mock drill. If you hear any fire emergency, please reach to assembly point. We have two assembly points, one at zone 1 and one at zone 2, which is 200 meters away from here. And if you have any medical emergency, we have a OSC doctor and our paramedic staff is available to support to you. So as this is a snake prone area, please be vigilant. So as our snake catcher is available and necessary safety precaution has been taken. Thank you. Have a safe day.
Now I would request our senior most executive of DRF and first president of DRF, Dr. A. Venkateswarlu, to welcome the gathering.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, former colleagues, fellow scientists, and alumni of DRF. I feel very energetic looking at so many young faces. If each of you share few months of your life, I will be 5 to 6 years younger. But let me feel so. I want to extend a very warm welcome to this DRF Alumni Meet. First of its kind so far. My friends tell me from organizing committee that this could be a periodical event. I thank all my former colleagues and Mr. K. Satish Reddy, Chairman of our parent company, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited, and many dignitaries that have risen from DRF. I extend a special welcome to those. And all my senior colleagues who are in this audience, it gives me great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to each one of them. You know, this idea of DRF Alumni Foundation, family get together, was planned some 3 to 4 months ago. initiated idea. And it took a long way. There is a very eminent organizing committee that has put together all that you see today and all that you will see from now on. I also take this opportunity to show you a few slides to give you a flavor of what DRF was when it started in 1993 and how it is transformed into a drug discovery and development organization. And this mission of Dr. Reddy, our beloved founder, chairman, to carry on into Dr. Reddy's group companies, in particular, Origin Discovery Technologies, in Bangalore, Origin Oncology Limited, and in Hyderabad, Origin Pharmaceutical Services Limited. You will hear more about this from our colleagues Murali Ramchandra and Kapil Chowdhury. Can I have my slides? Can I have my slides? I have been given only 15 minutes. I want to make best use of it to tell the story of DRF. I first met Dr. Reddy in summer of 1986 in Bangalore, along with a fellow chemist and a distinguished professor, G.S.R. Subbarao of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. The meeting was at Taj Residency in the evening, and my house happens to be just 2 furlongs away from Taj Residency. Professor Subbarao suggested to Dr. Reddy, can we invite him? He has readily accepted, and I went in a short notice to meet him at Taj Residency. The discussions at the meeting were mainly centered around drug discovery and development, mainly in pharmaceutical industry, the practices of drug discovery, practices of marketing, and the strategy of marketing new inventions. He made 2 observations. Unless and until a pharmaceutical company makes its own inventions, it's not regarded a global company. Second thing he said was, unless we start IP-driven novel molecule discovery research in our pharma industry, we will be driven back to the tribal times. This was the verbatim. Really, it moved me that Dr. Reddy, in a corner of India, started Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited in 1984. And I have heard about him from news, and especially in business world, that he is hoping to make discoveries. Next slide, please. Next slide. Here we go. He had established, along with Dr. Reddy's laboratories, a research center, a standard research center in 1986. I think company was founded in 1984. Just 2 years after his company was founded, he set up the center. It's a centralized process center for Dr. Reddy's group companies. Believe it or not, this was started in a 4-bedroom house in Massive Tank. I'll show you the picture of it in a minute. Yes, sir, his foresight. It was founded as a not-for-profit organization. It's called under Section 25 company at that time. Present day it is Section 8 under Income Tax Act. It's a not-for-profit, there was no tax. It was a big beginning for those days. Simply when DRF was founded, Dr. Reddy's Research Foundation, the name of this SRC was changed to DRF. Then Dr. Reddy's research activity shifted to its newly built research center. On November 2, Rajyotsava Day of Combined Andhra Pradesh, we have moved to this new premises, 1993. Next slide, please. This is that 4-bedroom in the background. In front is the standard research center. If I remember right, this is just behind Golconda Hotel. It's fantastic location for us. We used to sit under a jamun tree there and a neem tree. That's where we used to discuss chemistry. Next slide, please. I see from there we have transformed. 93, November 2, into this, the then state-of-the-art research center in the whole country. More than 160,000 square feet. We didn't have even 15 people at that time. We have built it. Next, please. You have seen Dr. Reddy's documentary film. In my own intimate relationship with him and professional acquaintance, I can describe him in the following. He's a technocrat par excellence. He's a super manager to work with. You will get that impression only when you work very closely with him. He has been a major source of inspiration to scientists all over the country. Not only his lectures, his statements in any public event were in a textbook story today. Drug discovery research for DRF was a mission-oriented approach. It's like a mission. Next, please. Somewhere around 2008 or so, after we have succeeded in filing the patents, licensing 3 molecules, he made this statement. If the world's burden of disease is to be diminished, it needs both science that is good and cost effective. India has the potential to deliver on both these parameters. Then he further on said, he had great confidence in our army of chemists and biologists, and I firmly believe that walking on the trail of innovation will lead to creating a great company, a company that doctors, patients, and investors and the public will admire. I'm sure all of you agree, Dr. Reddy's laboratories today stands to this. Next, please. Next. I just want to tell you, many of you may not know, this logo and the good people, good science, good medicines was conceived because of DRF research. Around 1997-98, when we were ready to out-license Balaglatazone, we hired a person called Swaminathan Subramaniam from National Institutes of Health, Bethesda. He was an MBBS from Stanley Medical College, postgraduate MD from Chandigarh, and then went to NIH to do postdoctoral research. It was his first job in life to have accepted from DRF. We offered him straight away Vice President Clinical Research. We didn't have anything, clinical lab is not there, but in anticipation, Dr. Reddy's foresight was to have somebody who can kickstart this program. We put him on orientation. Orientation included spending 1 or 2 days with each group leader and see what's going on in the labs. 10 days later, he came to me, asked him, what is your impression? He said, good people, good science, good medicine. I have used this after the byline for that goodness of people, science, and medicines is the landmark event of Dr. Reddy's Research Foundation. Don't you believe that in a matter of first 5 years, we have come out with Balaglatazone, which was licensed. By then we have filed 15 to 20 patents, issued patents. Thereafter, Ragaglitazone and whatnot. In 3 molecules licensed and 2 more molecules in cancer in clinical development. It's a landmark event for Dr. Reddy. Yet, all of us were disheartened when molecule after molecule fell apart. That's the nature of drug discovery research. At that time, the statistics were, it's $1 billion approach. It will cost $1 billion for a company to discover and develop a molecule to the market. That means they must have discovered 7 or 8 such molecules. They went through some stages of clinical development and died in the course of time. But one molecule made it, that would have cost them $1 billion. Dr. Reddy's are more than $1 billion today, but we missed this. I hope I will say good luck to Murali and Akhil here to fulfill this dream of Dr. Reddy's in origin discovery technologies. Thank you very much for your patience.
Now it is time to show our respect and felicitate fatherly figure, Dr. A. Venkateswarlu. Every one of you will agree with my proposal. Am I right? Now I would request Mr. K. Satish Reddy Garu, Chairman of Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, come to the dais and facilitate the Dr. Venkateswarlu and Madam. Mr. Satish Reddy Garu to address Drf Alumni.
Thank you, Varma Garu. Very good morning to everybody. It's almost getting to afternoon very soon. But delighted to see all of you here today, turn up in large numbers for the first alumni meet of the Foundation. It's a pleasure because there's more reasons than one to be delighted to be about. Because first, Dr. Venkat, thank you for choosing the memorial. I think it's the most apt place to hold this kind of a event more than anything else, because I've seen most of you when talking to each other, you see all memories come back to you, flooding all at once, right? So in fact, for me, when I think Dr. Sairam was mentioning, saying that Satish, you just look the same as before. And then I was watching this video. I don't look the same. I don't have those glasses anymore. I don't wear those ties anymore. Much more informal than, the formality that I was displaying, talking all kinds of management language there. I just can't remember myself, Dr. Saira. So that's how it was. But the memories keep coming back. Because I've heard many of you mention that you were part of the SRC. Right, so the Standard Research Center, I still remember because that was the time I was, still in college, doing chemical engineering in Usmania University. And I still have those fond memories of going to that, very nice building which used to have, which Dr. Venkat showed the photograph. And again, more than anything else, the early memories of all that, the visual memories of all that, was about scientists very, very serious in their work. And in their midst was Dr. Reddy himself talking to them. In fact, in one of the several forums which I participate where I meet a lot of alumni like you at the time, in this time I think it was Dr. Radha Rangarajan in one of the forums. She's now the director of CSIR. She was telling me, saying that her biggest memory of working at the foundation was being in a lab, irrespective of the level. They always had the pride that Dr. Reddy came and talked to them and also talk science with them. So that's a very, very fond memory that they always have because that's not something that they're used to. In management, of course, people are not used to because there's hierarchy and all that. But especially in a research foundation, that he personally came and talked to them, that's a memory that stayed behind, as must be with most of you. So that's, I think it's a lot of memories, good memories which keep coming back. And I can also recollect a couple of memories in this particular location, for example. Because as you saw, the research center was built, at that point of time, but the memory to me was standing in the area behind this. There used to be a house there, a farmhouse, which was later demolished and then a new one was built. But in that building, when Dr. Reddy used to walk down from there used to be all this grape garden here. This entire area was acres and acres of grape garden. There was nothing else around. Certainly not that tall building that you're seeing here, nor any of those buildings that you saw on the way. None of those things was there. This was a very isolated kind of an area. This was on the way to, our factories, the bulk drug factories, and also on the way to Bachpally now, which houses our largest campus. But that was a kind of location this used to be, grape garden completely. And in one of those idyllic Sundays like this, when the family used to be here, myself, my mother, my sister and myself used to come here. So when we used to take the walk down the grape gardens, he actually used to remark, saying that one day I'll build the research facility in this garden. For a guy like me, I used to think it's like, prime area, why would you think of that? In a grape garden, why would it displace a grape garden? That used to be my thoughts at those young, impressionable ages. But then you saw what that vision was transformed into. Right, so to see the research foundation located in the heart of Hyderabad, in a location, and he was very, very clear, Dr. Venkat, you remember this. He said, when I build the thing, it should not be like a building, it should be like a campus. That's what he was saying. So even if you see the design of the building, to have courtyards in between, just 2 floors where people can interact with each other, all those things I think were very, very important to him. And that's the vision that really translated to, the kind of facility we have. That's one. All of you, some of you who were present when, we just lighted the lamp, it was at a spot which I just wanted to explain to you the significance of that. Because you've been in that very solemn kind of a moment, because that particular structure that you see, which had a small square hole in that, so was designed, because in fact this whole area was designed as a memorial just after he passed away, right? Because we wanted to leave something behind, for eternity, so that people can remember Dr. Reddy. People can remember the institution that he built, not just the institution, the institutions that he built, and also what he represented. So that's why we chose this area. This is all part of the memorial that you are part of. And that particular, coming back to that particular structure, what I was talking about, the architect, Sanjay Moe, is a very well-known architect. In fact, he was involved in designing a lot of our buildings, the IPDO building in Bachpally. He was the one responsible for that. So he had a lot of chance to interact with Dr. Reddy. So that's why he made it very personal in terms of how he designed this memorial. I think once you take a tour, you'll understand the significance of a lot of things, because all of you have been associated with Dr. Reddy, the person. Right? So you will relate to a lot of it when you walk around the memorial. But that particular spot, again, coming back to that, he titled it as The Presence of Absence. right? So Dr. Reddy is no more with us, that's the absence, but he's present with us in spirit. So if you see the spout which was, where the water was coming out, for example, that is about his very giving nature, his magnanimous nature. That's something that keeps flowing. That was the representation of that. That square itself, it has a significance of its own because his ashes are buried there. Right, so that's the significance of the place. And that's, that hole that you see, it's a void that he describes it as, the way the architect conceived it. It's the void that he left behind. For all the great things that he has done, that's the void he's left behind as a person. So that's the significance of, what you saw in that. So when you walk around that area, you do pradikshanams like what we do in our traditional, culture. That's what we feel, the presence of absence. That's what the whole area signifies. So it's a place of a lot of significance. That's why, Dr. Venkat, thank you for choosing this location more than anything else. It's great to see all of you. I mean, to me also a lot of memories keep coming back because some of you I've interacted with quite closely earlier. Some of you have not so much, like I was telling Dr. Srinivas Reddy. I did interact with him online, but never had a chance to interact with him in person. It was a pleasure because, that also reminds me, very proudly, all of us keep talking about alumni of Dr. Reddy's, the positions they've reached. There's some, like some of you have mentioned, you're still in Dr. Reddy's in the new avatar of Origin Pharmaceutical Services in the same building. A lot of you have also gone on to do great things. In other companies, for example, other organizations, other institutions. Some of you also have turned entrepreneurs. And all these things are very, very proud moments to us. So even to Dr. Srinivas Reddy, I keep saying, he's the director of IICT now. So in a lot of forums, I keep saying that. It's like we're extremely proud of our alumni to the positions they've reached because nobody would expect a scientist from, Dr. Reddy's who would go into the government. But he's not just one, there are many of them. To start with Dr. Srinivas Reddy, director of IICT. There's Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, who used to work with us until, say, even 5 years ago. He's now the drug controller of India. Radha Rangarajan, a scientist in Dr. Reddy's. She's, director of CSIR. We feel extremely proud for everybody who's worked in Dr. Reddy's, who have, launched their careers with Dr. Reddy's, people who have done great things at Dr. Reddy's. We always owe it to you, right? So because the kind of things that you have done, the contributions that you have done for Dr. Reddy's, it's not only just your contributions for Dr. Reddy's that you're able to serve the country in whatever ways that you're doing. Whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're working in other organizations, whether you're working for the government. I think the contributions that you bring in with your experience from Dr. Reddy's, I think that's something all of us feel extremely proud of. So again, glad to be amongst all of you. And also I was thinking about, the culture built by Dr. Reddy's. More specifically to the research being done there, because a lot of these things are again anecdotes which my father used to narrate to me over lunchtime or dinner time, and all of you know he's a very great storyteller. So his expressions, his emotions when he talks about important things, 3-4 things stand out, to me especially. From a very company point of view, right? What stands out is what Dr. Venkat also described, the boldness of the vision. Looks foolish at the time when he says it, but the boldness of the vision. Like I said, to me the earliest memory was, saying that I will build a research center here. To see where it has come and, the institution that's been built up, the boldness of that. The same thing also in a company. Long back for him to say that, in the quote that you start an ultra company. That's what Dr. Reddy's was known for in 1984, right? The first 2 years. For him to say that in 1986, that it's discoveries that make the country reach the next stage was again a bold move. A lot of people would see it as foolish. In fact, I think when Economist covered the article on Dr. Reddy's, when he announced, that he's getting into drug discovery, they actually titled it as he's delusional. That was the word used. It's a delusion that, somebody, who are copycats, because that's how they used to term our generic industry. Somebody who is a copycat will go on to discover drugs. Don't be delusional, was the article in that Economist. And Economist is a very popular magazine in the world. But then soon after that, we licensed the very first molecule, at that point of time to Novo Nordisk, the balaglitazone. And obviously, I think he shut a lot of people there. But more than that, he inspired a lot of people. So that's why the boldness of the approach, being the visionary that he is, I think that's something which really stands out in terms of where it is. Also, like I said, the culture of the organization. People who do a lot of things, people who work extremely hard, because I see the Loharis here, Vidya and Rich. I remember that incident when he was talking about, I think your child was, having high fever, Vidya, if I remember that incident. And then there was an experiment running here, and then in the middle of the night, she actually went to the lab to check on that experiment and come back. He used to mention that as a description of how dedicated, committed people are to know what's being done. So I really appreciate that. I just remembered that Vidya looking at you here. So, there's several such incidents that he used to narrate about. People, it's like were so dedicated. They kept persevering, even though they got opportunities outside. They would still stick with the research foundation and continue to do that. To me personally, a lesson to me was, especially when the failure happened. And failures are part of the business. We are used to the failures in business of a certain kind, and that's something we take in our stride. But especially when the compound failed, the one licensed to no disk, in the last stages of the clinical trials. To me, it was devastating. And then to see my father, who used to so passionately talk about it when it was licensed, in terms of, he wanted to see it in the market, licensed to no that they would complete the trials and launch it in the market. The man who was dreaming about it and thinking about those kind of things, how he would deal with failure. So I was quite devastated. So when I approached him, saying that, I feel so bad about it, he saw the expressions on my face and said, it's like, why do you worry about these things? This is all part of it. We'll move on to the next one. Right? So after that, in dealing with adversities of any kind, personal or professional, is just a breeze for me. Because that was what he was about. Because he knows the hard work that was put in. He knows that failure is part of his, of whatever we undertake. But then it's not that, it's like when something goes wrong, that we actually move behind. We actually have to move on and move ahead. And that's what he was. And especially today, what I feel extremely proud is to see that dream of his continues in the newly christened Origin Oncology. Because even when Origin was done, because again, for people who may not have a background of what happened then, obviously that was the time Dr. Reddy's was still making profits from generics business. A lot of it still continuing from bulk drugs, but also when it was expanding into various markets, the shareholders punished us badly. There was a time when 14% of our sales was coming from research. Until then, everything was good. When we licensed out molecules, earned milestone investments, earned milestone payments and all that. But once we had that failure, the stock price went down completely. The analysts were like writing all kinds of things on the company saying that, why it's not a good deal. But the thing was, what was the problem? The problem was it needed a revenue source. That's why we started a separate wholly owned subsidiary based out of Bangalore, called it Origin, started doing services to begin with, also started doing co-development programs with multinationals. And that was something on how the whole discovery effort was again rechristened, and Murli we would recollect this. I think he also said, let's also look at our own programs, right? Because he was very passionate about it with whatever we could afford, that we also do our own programs. And today, almost 15 years later, because we can now afford it, because we also have quite a very strong pipeline of products in Origin Oncology, we are now continuing to keep the dream alive and touch wood, and hopefully very soon we should be able to realize the dream of Dr. Reddy to have our own discovered molecule in the market. I think that's what all of us are hoping for, because every time Murli keeps talking to me about the results of that product, which is in its very late stage of clinical trials, he keeps telling me, first thing he'll say is, hopefully we'll be able to fulfill Dr. Reddy's dream. And that's what all of us are looking forward, all of us, that we'll be able to fulfill his dream. So that dream keeps alive, because again, like I said, the culture that, he left behind, the values that he espoused of very hard work, dedicated work, and also this perseverance in terms of making sure that, that we never give up, that we continue to, chase the dreams. And I'm sure it'll quite happen. So once again, it's such a pleasure to be with all of you, that you're present with us here today. In fact, when it comes to alumni meets, I also recollect in the last almost, less than say maybe 18 months, this is the third such meet I'm attending for some part of the organization. Very recently, I think just about a year back, I was attending the very first alumni meet in North America. Again, the same atmosphere there. A lot of people who haven't met each other for a long time after they left Dr. Reddy's, but more than anything else, their connect and the memories which they shared so fondly, when they participated in the meet, I think makes us feel extremely good. More than that, we had the Dr. Reddy's alumni meet, which we keep doing it quite frequently. The last one we had to hold was in a stadium. So you can imagine the kind of response that we get, to alumni, because they're very grateful to the organization. And we are extremely grateful to them, because there's only one thing we can always say: whichever part of the world you are in, whichever location you are in, whichever organization you are in, whichever institution you're part of, you always belong. You always belong to Dr. Reddy's. And that's what we always have the feeling. And we feel extremely strongly about it. So I'm sure you share the same sentiment and emotion that wherever you are, you still belong to Dr. Reddy's. So that's something I always appreciate. And once again, thank you very much for being here and being part of this alumni meet. Thank you very much. Thank you.
See, let me add one or two experiences of mine with Dr. Anji garu. Whenever there was a Drf Get Together organized, even in Ramoji Film City 1 year we have organized. I thought he is a very busy person, chairman of the company, may be having lot of engagements. But surprisingly, we got down from the buses, his car was already there. He was so much fond of DRF. I will tell you one more example. I think in one of the meetings of senior executives in formulations division, it appears while having lunch, he told executives openly, if you want to taste real taste of rasam, please go to DRF canteen. Then one of the executives, that same executive came and asked me in one of the meetings, Varmagaru, your canteen rasam is so tasty. See, it is good. We may be scoring 60% marks. Dr. Venkatesan never gives 100, but he gives 60. He's a very strict professor. So we score 60, but Anji Reddy garu has so much love and affection, he added 30% more, grace marks. And if you remember Satish Reddy garu, in the year 2000, we have celebrated Millennium celebrations in Lal Bahadur Stadium. Even you have also participated in running, I have also participated. Dr. Anji Reddy garu, on the last day of prize distribution, I was just standing near he wants to always see one fellow from DRF. He should be visible. Otherwise, he spoke for 45 minutes. 44 minutes of the group company gathering, he spoke about discovery, DRF. Only 1 minute he covered the generics or general business. So now prize distribution started. All my scientists and employees were very young, thin, lean, and no practice of any sports, no ground to play. These are all gardens. But somehow we managed to create small ground near maintenance department. I folded my hands with these maintenance fellows who are all tall and stout. Why, please practice volleyball. Either right or wrong, you have to play. At least our name should appear in that list so that Anji Reddy garu will be satisfied. So prize distribution continued for 1 hour. Name of DRF is not announced. So then volleyball came. GD Metla was announced. That is the last item of the prizes. GD Metla name was announced as winners. We were all standing near the stage. Then luckily, DRF came as runners. He was so happy that as if we have topped the list. These fellows, these all tall fellows, maintenance fellows, put me onto the stage. I said, why, what is my height? What is volleyball net height? Why you are pushing me? No, sir, you are our leader, you should come. When I went near him along with the team, see, for the last 44 minutes, I was looking only for DRF guys. Why you people are not there? Now I am very happy. He was like this particular Acharya. Let me tell you one more. We have DRF Employee Welfare Society, which Satish Reddy are also aware of that. We have one, our treasurer is Mr. Vema Reddy, Accounts Department. Matching. If color is good, borders are not matching. If everything is good, says the background color is not good. But I said, how to do it, doctor? What? Don't worry. He approached Sairam and Dr. Subramanian, the taxon. Okay, I have also luckily little bit science background. Then that molecule to be printed inside, outside taxol plant has to be printed. Oh, now, where is the Taxol plant? Approach Dr. Gangadhar. I have become actually, he gave me training in artwork and designing. We had a very, very emotional, excellent bonding in DRF. I don't know the secret. Everybody in my 25 years experience with Dr. Venkateswaru, he never scolds or never uses any word which is in high pitch. Highly diplomatic boss of highest order I have seen in my 40 years of career. There are two words are not there in his dictionary, either yes or no. He will never say yes nor never say no, but it is a continue the discussions. Let us focus more. Burmaji will discuss further. Let us focus more. Come back. Big scribbling pad, A4 size scribbling pad. He will keep telling us, he will keep noting down. Then when discussion is over, he'll tear it off and keep it in your hand. Both verbal communication, written communication, everything over. Now go back and come. So decision is not taken, but process is continuing. But he was like a dean of a university, and our beloved Anji Reddy garu was Vice Chancellor of University. That was the atmosphere created and the culture created by Dr. Venkateswaru. Now, let me not prolong. We are very happy to know that Dr. Ramachandra garu is continuing our, he is carrying our torchlight which was started by Dr. Anji Reddy garu in Dr. Reddy's Research Foundation. Now I would invite Dr. Uday Saxena to share his experiences on DRF.
Yeah. I have a presentation. Can you pull up my slides? So, thank you first of all for inviting me to speak. It's actually an honor. I mean, there's no better word to describe this art. I want to thank Satish. You know, there were quite a few moist eyes when you spoke, Satish, including me. So thank you so much. That was so beautifully presented, what you said. Only you could have done that. So thank you so much for that. Dr. Venkat, I don't need to say anything more about DRF. You did a brilliant job. in, talking about it. You have a unique style of presenting, and that still is so much ingrained in me. We're actually good friends now. We hang out together. We had coffee every now and then, so he's actually become a good friend. So he called me, I think, day before and said, you just have to be there, 5 minutes, say something. And I was like, sure, I can be there, I have no problem. Then yesterday he called me and said, Rajgopalan is not here. You have to fill in for him. And I was like, what do I say? I mean, I don't know what to say because I never lived and worked here, right? I would visit. So my memories of discovery research are mainly from Atlanta. So I thought, okay, let me tell you a few anecdotes that are there that none of you might know. So can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, so when did I start? I actually joined officially Dr. Reddy's in year 2000 in the Atlanta labs, as all of you might know. But my association with Dr. Reddy started in 1991. I was visiting, my father was sick, I met Dr. Venkat. Then he said, let's be in touch. And then he came to Detroit. I was in Pfizer at that time. And very typical of Dr. Venkat, whenever he travels, he stays near the airport. There'll be a Hilton near the airport. So it's easy for him to, back and forth. And that was in Detroit, which is a bad part of town. I ended up going there and he made me an offer. Very generous of him, he made me an offer. Unfortunately, I couldn't take that offer, but every single time he would be in US or I was in Hyderabad, he would have coffee or tea. At that time, I think he used to smoke too, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I remember. I remember him asking me, is it okay if I smoke? It's like, wow. This is quite a thing. So then I think he played a master stroke. In 1999, he said, enough is enough. You should meet Dr. Reddy. So he set up a meeting for me in Dr. Reddy in New York City. That was a transformational meeting for me. And immediately I became very, very excited about the possibility. I couldn't wait for them to make me another offer. And that happened and joined in 2000. So next slide, please. So when I joined, Dr. Venkat was still in charge of discovery research here. I did my due diligence. I normally do due diligence when I take another job, and I strongly recommend all of you young people, don't just go because somebody is giving you 5,000 rupees or dollars more. Do your due diligence before you do that. I did that, and a lot of people said Dr. Venkat is like Chanakya. I mean, I didn't know Chanakya. Then somebody said Chanakya is a Bihari character. Oh my God, my wife is from Bihar and he's a Bihari character. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Then my wife told me, no, Chanakya was this and this. I felt relieved, because I had no idea what Chanakya was. Yeah, true, very true. This was a very vibrant campus. When the first day that I came here, there was a car sent to my house. I am born and raised here, and I stay with my parents whenever I came here. They are no more there now. But a car came to pick me up right on time. I came here, and Dr. Venkat, again very Chanakya-like, he didn't come out and meet me. He stayed outside his office door having tea, as if to say that, yeah, I'm here to welcome you, but not quite there yet. And I said, fine, no problem with that. So it was wonderful meeting everybody. Everybody was very excited about the deal that was done with Novo Nordisk, a lot of excitement. Best-in-class drugs were being pursued, and also DRL leadership was very, very accessible. One of the key differences between working in a large pharma outside of India and here is the leadership is not that accessible there, but here I could, make an appointment to see Satish or Dr. Reddy or Prasad, and usually I'd be able to meet them the same day. So that was very refreshing. So I felt home pretty quickly. I mean, it didn't take me very long to feel at home in the organization. Next slide, please. Yeah, what can I say about Dr. Reddy that's not already been said? I mean, I know one thing for sure, God will not make another person like him. I think that is very clear in my mind that even God has said, I did my perfect person in Dr. Reddy, let's stop it. I'm not going to spoil that. So I'm not going to speak much more about him. The humility, I'm talking about the Reddy family in general. As you know, he came here, he met with everybody. I'm talking about Satish. The humility is jaw-dropping. If this were an American CEO or chairman of an American company, there'd be 5 people with, security, this, that, and all. So, you know what happened with United Healthcare CEO the other day. So humility is the first thing that when people ask me to describe how it was to interact with Dr. Reddy and the family, I say very humble people, unexpectedly very humble people. They also have a knack of making you feel very comfortable around them. You don't feel like you are an employee. We were employees, we are employees, and they are the owners of the company. But when you meet with them, you don't get that feeling. That's, I think, a remarkable quality all of the family has. So that's wonderful. I've been with Dr. Reddy's for about 18 years now. I used to report to Satish at the very end for a different project. So I've been roughly about 18 years, and it's the best job I've had. I've had other jobs, and I'll tell you about those. Next slide, please. Yeah, I was already a vice president of a publicly traded. We were listed on NASDAQ in the US. I was already vice president. And then there was an offer to join Dr. Reddy's. I told my board there that I'm going to go. The board chairman, who happened to be Pierre Champone's son, called Philippe Chambon. You know Pierre Chambon, right? I mean, very well-known scientist. He called me and said, this Indian gig you're going to do is going to last 1 year. After that, you will be looking for a job. I will make sure you will never get a job in the US. That's it. He hung up the phone on me. Didn't quite matter to me. I had made up my mind that I wanted wider exposure and multinational experience. Being an Indian, obviously, being associated with an Indian company was great. Dr. Venkat and Raju were very welcoming. Didn't take me long to integrate with the group, and it helped that I was a local Hyderabadi. I don't know if I came from a different part of India, how easy or difficult it would be. But as I said, joining drug discovery research at Dr. Reddy was the best experience, professional experience, bar none in my life. So, can I have the next slide, please? Okay, I'm going to tell you a couple of things that I don't think any of you know, and this was based out, because I was based out of Atlanta. I had things happen to me only because I was part of Dr. Reddy's. I had gone out for lunch in the Atlanta office, and when I came back, there was a message on my phone. It said, "Hi, Uday, this is Ted Kennedy. I need to talk to you. Please call me back." That's it. And Ted Kennedy, as you may all know, is the younger brother of John F. Kennedy, the very well-known United States president, and he himself is a very well-known politician. I ignored. I thought, must be some of my white friends who are just playing a prank on me. I don't think he even knows that I exist, right? So another hour later, I get another call. "Hey, Uday, this is Ted. Are you back from lunch?" Then I said, wow, this guy is for real. I mean, this is Ted Kennedy. And I apologized for not calling back. He said, "Here's the matter. I'm the chair of Healthcare Committee in the Senate and need to understand," this is back in mid-2000s, "need to understand the generic space. Can you come to my house for dinner in Washington, D.C.? I was like, wow, this is amazing. I mean, to be having dinner at his home. He said, bring his wife and children. We had no children. So I had no clue. When I was leaving, he said, "Can you set up a face-to-face meeting for me with Dr. Reddy?" I said, "Oh, that's the agenda here. It has nothing to do with me." He wanted a face-to-face meeting with Dr. Reddy. I called Dr. Reddy, and as always, Dr. Reddy is very obliging. He said yes, and Dr. Reddy came. We went and met him in the Senate office. 30 minutes, only the two of them talked, laughing and smiling and joking. I was like, I was just a bystander there. So it was amazing how people so far away in powerful positions also had the desire to meet somebody, as Satish said, think delusional, I think is the word you use. He really wanted to understand how an Indian person, they probably don't even have fax machines, you know, he wants to do drug discovery. I want to meet this guy. So such was the power of Dr. Reddy's vision or delusion, as you call, that people all over the world understood that he will make a difference in the world. So that was a great meeting I had. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. Thank you. And then the other meeting I've had was actually in the honor of Dr. Reddy getting an award from President Clinton was not the president then, he had just retired, but he was supposed to give an award to Dr. Reddy. A few of us were invited, I was also there. I arrived at the hotel and went to the room where the ceremony was to be held. It was full of those Secret Service police people, you know, dark uniforms, dark glasses, something in their ear, and they always have their hand in here, probably on a gun, I have no idea what it was. But they were all over there looking at me very strangely. This foreign-looking guy with an accent, what is he doing here? So they got suspicious as to why a foreigner. So then I asked them, which door will the president come out from? There were 8 doors. Which door will he come out of? And he's like, why do you want to know this? I said, just tell me where he's going to come out of. He said, do you have any ID? Yeah, I showed my ID. Uday? Wasn't that the name of Saddam Hussein's son? I said, I don't know. I have nothing to do with Saddam Hussein, all right? So why do you want this? Why do you want to know where the president is coming out from? I said, I just want to take a selfie with him or a picture with him. They said, oh, you go sit there and you give me your phone. I will take the picture and give your phone back. You should not be within 3 feet of the president, okay? Do you understand me? I said, yeah, I understand what you're saying. So I was made to sit there, and I don't think I stood up from the chair till President Clinton went back to the Washington. It was so scary for me. But it was wonderful to see Dr. Reddy and Clinton again smiling, you know, the joyous smile that Dr. Reddy had, which was so infectious. It was that day, I think it was matched by Clinton's smile too. Clinton too is very charismatic. You know, just like Dr. Reddy, you feel attracted to such people, right? Clinton was that. Great experience. I met a presidential candidate, I met a president. What next? Next slide. Yeah, this is another story that attached to Dr. Reddy, which also showed me how proud of an Indian he was. This was really, I didn't realize that till this incident happened. So we were meeting CEO of pharma level, Pfizer level, not Pfizer, that level for dinner in New York. The guy showed up late, and throughout the dinner he was very pompous. And you know how Dr. Reddy does not tolerate pompous. I knew something was going to happen that day. So he said, oh, Dr. Reddy, I'm late because my private jet got late. And the helicopter I was supposed to take, the heli thing showed up late, blah, blah, blah. Then the bulletproof car, I don't know, he went on and on. Dr. Reddy just bored with all this and, you know, he just said. And then the guy said, can I offer you dessert and coffee? At that time, Dr. Reddy just abruptly got up and said, Uday, let's go, we're not staying anymore. The guy was like, what did I say? What did I do? You know, the whole demeanor. And then as we were walking out, Dr. Reddy said, these people think India and Indians are still living in the jungles. I do not like that. I wanted to teach him a lesson. That was amazing. I mean, it was amazing to have done that to a fortune. So he was very strongly Indian. Of course, he's a very proud Indian too. So that was the other thing that happened. During my job, I had the opportunity to meet with the President of India, Dr. Kalam, all because of Dr. Reddy's. Governor of Iowa came to my house to see if we could relocate Dr. Reddy's to Iowa from New Jersey and Atlanta, because he offered all kinds of SOPs and all that. Met many CEOs, CSOs, BMS, Genzyme, Novartis, Schering-Plough, GSK. It could not have happened had I stayed back working as VP for the other publicly traded companies. So I think I made the best choice ever. I think I have my last slide. Yeah, this is the point Satish made, and I feel very strongly about it too. That so many of our people have gone on to do so many great things. I mean, he pretty much mentioned all of them. A lot of those people who have made it there would sometimes, you know, I'm very non-hierarchical. Saibal will tell you, him and I were there and he was telling me some problem. He was smoking, he offered me a cigarette. I never smoke. I said, okay, let me smoke, let me smoke too, if it's going to make him feel better. So they would come and always ask me, do you see me as a VP? Do you see me as a this? And, you know, I would just give them the polite answer. But I mean, look at how well they have accomplished now. Every single one who has left Dr. Reddy's and gone to other companies, as Satish said, has really made us proud. And they all come from discovery research. So, I mean, that's the ones that I know of. So I think it's a huge accomplishment. Dr. Venkat, you should take a lot of credit for creating an environment where people felt they could be leaders one day. They learned enough, so I think that was fantastic. We have one director sitting right there. There are others too. I know there are a lot of entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs. There's a couple of people who have become president of other large pharma companies in India. One is the CEO of a very large company in India too. So I think Dr. Reddy's drug discovery and Dr. Reddy's has done great in this aspect. I'm in the last quarter of my life now. I want to give back. This is another lesson that I learned from Dr. Reddy is you have to give back to society. And Satish elaborated on that too and everything. And I'm trying to do that. I just want to spend a couple of minutes on how I'm doing that. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, just one before that. One before this. Okay, one after this, maybe I missed it. Yeah, so I am in the startup ecosystem now. I mentor a lot of companies. I just joined a venture capital firm. And I give back because I don't take any financial, monetary thing from them at all. There's not that many people with our backgrounds and experience that are left. And I feel strongly that this is the best way I can give back. The last thing, seriously, if any of you need any help at all, mainly in the startup, I'm on every single BIRAC granting review you can talk of. So every single review committee I'm there. Can I have the next slide? Yeah, the last thing is I started a foundation in my parents' name, again to give back. This is not, making money is really not on my radar anymore. It's called Indira and Ishwar Foundation for Research, IFR. Out of our own pockets, Nina and I train 3 to 6 women every year. These are women typically who have done a master's and don't know whether to do PhD or get married or do. My mother was a scientist, a very strong woman, so we thought we'll do that. We have done for 6 of them so far. We pay them for 6 months. They have their own research projects. They publish on their own. We also give them lectures on leadership and entrepreneurship as well. There will be times that I'll invite some of you to come and give a presentation. So basically, coupled with having worked for Dr. Reddy's and IFR now, I feel that my life has been, professional life is fully accomplished. So thank you so much to Dr. Reddy's for the experiences that I have had. Thank you.
One or two points about Dr. Venkateswarlu and Dr. Anji garu. The next comes Deepavali gift. Generally, every company, including Reddy Labs corporate office, those days they used to place order, pull a Reddy sweets. So my life becomes easy. I will ask their rate and send one purchase order from our department, purchase department. Life is easy. So then I have to approach the dean, very busy person, but Deepavali is coming. So somehow A.R.K. Murthy is the strictest, very tough secretary I have seen in my 40 years of life. He was always under tension. But Dr. Venkateswarlu is always relaxed. Two opposite characters. Okay, anyhow, 5 minutes ago, Dr. Garu, Deepavali is coming, we have to give sweet packets to scientists. And also I have to give a reference also. Reddy Labs HR I discussed, they have already placed order. See Mr. Verma, they are all doing routine things. We have to do something innovative. My God, what is there to invent? Innovate in sweets. No, see, sweets are to be consumed within 1 or 2 days. But we have to make a better product which lasts for at least 1 week. It did not occur to me. Why not give dry fruits? That also again limitation, small quantities. When we go to the Karachi bakery or somebody, they have big box. How to do it? Form a committee, one purchase fellow, one HR, one accounts. Send them to Begum Bazaar. Buy plastic boxes. Put all different types of dry fruits. Get it packed. So from HR to we move to Begum Bazaar. Again Begum Bazaar to bag distributed. So Dr. Anji Reddy garu, my observation is, excellent HR manager who was always fond of meeting people. This is the trick I learned from him. Always fond of meeting. My wife tells me, in my home Mangala, your walking is 1 hour, talking is 3.5 hours. Otherwise, nobody can walk 4.5 hours. So many people meet on the way, I will stop it. So, Dr. Anji Reddy garu unique quality is, as Mr. Dr. Uday Saxena pointed out, we generally smile or laugh to a limited level. Whenever he laughs, his entire body completely gets involved. So that was his way of greeting people. I met him after leaving DRF. Several times I met him in KBR Park. Whenever I wish, he used to recognize me. Now, I would request stalwart scientist who made it to the great heights in central government. But the difference between Dr. Srinivas Reddy and myself, there is one line. I moved from central government to Dr. Reddy Labs, but he moved from DRF to CSR. Please, I would like to welcome Dr. Srinivas Reddy. I have an opportunity to take several snaps today.
So good morning to everyone. I'm sure it is a great moment for all of us and nostalgic moment for all of us to be here in this very place we all work together. It's a great moment. We can see, of course, some of the people will be able to recognize some of the things they have to introduce themselves or we introduce. I think that's something very unique occasion, this one. So in general, alumni meets are well known in government organizations like IITs, ISERs and all these universities. But at least I never come across alumni meets taking place in industries and we work together earlier. So sometimes some people may meet in hotels and other places, but I think coming to same place where we worked, I think that is a great moment, and thanks to the organizers who gave this idea and also implemented here. It's a great feeling today. It's a nostalgic moment. Actually, sometimes comes goosebumps, we call it, right? Yeah, that's some kind of feeling for me. So, I know many distinguished people are here. I know in front of us, I am here. Of course, difficult to name all of them, but all my friends and distinguished, many accomplished people here are here. As part of my job, I moved around the country. Of course, went to different private organizations and public organizations. But I always, in my life, this DRF has a special place always. So that shaped me what I am today, just because of my training. Immediately after my academic like PhD, postdoc, I joined here. That's where I think big learning for me. I think that's really shaped me. That's always cherish those moments. And just to tell a little bit about how we came to this DRF in the year 2003. So we were doing, me and my wife, Dr. Vidya, so we were doing postdoc in US, and happily we thought we'll settle there, and we are looking for jobs there also, but we also explore, we thought India also, if there are any opportunities. Of course, we, at least me, I was little interested in academic research, but during that time, we attended one ACS conference in New Orleans. So I met two leaders from India. One is from Ranbaxy, Dr. Venkatapalle, and other one is Professor Javed Iqbal. So we met, me and Vidya, we met both of them, looking for is there any option in India. So first thing is immediately turned down by Ranbaxy. They said that both of you cannot be hired in same department, same level. So let's not explore that option. So we were a little disappointed. Then at the same time, we also met Professor Javed Iqbal. So he took our both CVs, and we left those CVs and we left that place. So with a little hope that both of us may not get in same place, same level, because we both joined PhD same time and completed postdoc. We wanted to be in same level. So after a few months, we got offer letter from Dr. Reddy's. Both of us, same position, same salary, and of course same location here, in very location. So then that time we were in dilemma whether to go back to India or stay there, look for some more options in US. So we spoke to our, that time only phone was there, right? Only phone. So we spoke to Professor Mehta, and is our guide, PhD supervisor. So he said that if both of you want to stay in same place, this is a good place. And also he had some interactions. Of course, he has always as a interaction with Dr. Reddy and Dr. Venkateshwarlu and all this, Dr. Reddy's family. So that's where I think he also gave good feedback at that time. So we took that suggestion and we joined Dr. Reddy's DRF very place. So I can tell you that it's a great place. So we always cherish those moments, the kind of work culture we had. Of course, now also I believe we have that the same culture in this place also. So the basic training and exposure what we got in drug discovery processes, which became patient for us even today. So they encouraged all-round training, learning, and everything. I think what you can think of for who joined immediately after academic settings. So we used to have a close, again, some of them is repeated what others spoke. It's like we used to have a close bonding among colleagues, students, and also admin and support staff. Sometimes me and Vidya, we discuss at home so that we cherish those, we talk about those days, we cherish those moments. Actually, these are great memorable days, those we had. And so one thing I wanted to, one incident I want to bring it to your attention, very early stage of our career. And I got opportunity to meet Dr. G.V. Prasad as one-to-one interaction for more than half an hour in a corporate office in Amirpet. So as part of this, what is that called? Coffee with the CEO. That's again great initiative. You look at those days, Coffee with CEO initiatives are there in those days itself. Now we talk about some of those initiatives, but there's so friendly policies and so encouraging for young people like me. So when I met him, so thrilled. Then after a discussion, he also gifted me a book that's called The $1 Billion Molecule. So that's the story of Vertex. that's, I think, that's big inspiration. If you haven't read that book, I think please read that one. It is available. I think that's great. I think some of our colleagues also, Dr. Rashmi also had that chance to meet Coffee with CEO. These are all great memories to remember. So in other thing, in Indian, in particularly in academics, like in India, I'm sure everybody knows about IISc, right? Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. It's a special place in academic settings. So everybody talks about high. I always equate our Dr. Reddy's similar status in pharma sector. So when we look at when we look around here and there, any pharma companies in today, there. So almost every company, everywhere you can think of. So I'm sure many of are doing very well, and many people who trained here went on to occupy different positions in private sector and government sector. And again, this is all possible because of the culture, because of the vision, what we created here. Then big thanks to Dr. Anji Reddy sir for his vision in creating this kind of institution, organization, and I'm sure we all, our generation, next generation are going to cherish those moments, and they're all going to lead success in our lives. Looking forward, I hope this alumni association will grow further and stay connected, and I understand that there are several people involved in organizing this event of this scale, and big thanks to all the people who were involved in this organizing this event. Thank you very much.
Again, for a change, 1 minute. My life was really difficult day in, day out. Hiring process was toughest in DRF. Why? We have to screen a MSc, chemistry or biology or M.Pharm, 3-4 levels of screening. And the rule imposed by Dr. Venkateswarlu is, Mr. Verma, don't hire more than one candidate from each university. It leads to inbreeding. Okay, we'll keep asking people to come interview everything. Out of 50, 60, we shortlist 1 or 2 candidates, purely based on merit. Now comes the interview with Dr. Venkateswarlu, because myself I was not sure which question he will ask. Our scientists will screen thoroughly organic chemistry, physical chemistry, inorganic, instrumentation, 360 degrees evaluation we have done. My feeling, I goes with a feeling, my job is done, at least 2 people I am taking inside. So after lunch, we have to enter his cabin. He will ask his name, family, background, everything. He will make the candidate comfortable. He will ask one chemistry question or 2. Then he will suddenly ask, which are the 5 natural products you are consuming in your day-to-day life? Gods, even myself was confused. What is the answer? He will ask. Then student is surprised. This question never came in the university, nor in the exam, or in the competitive exam. Which are the 5 natural products you consume? Then he will look at me. Then I think I gone. But I learned interview after interview, I know the answer, but I cannot open my mouth. See, do you consume sugar? Yes. Do you consume rice? Yes. Do you consume dal? Yes. Do you consume ghee? Yes. Do you consume salt? Yes. Are they natural products or? So what I have done to speed up the interview, next rounds, next candidates, I was asking this question. Because my job is at full under pressure. But somehow, this beauty is, He will meet a candidate who came for electrician and fitter. He doesn't leave it to us. And even vice president, senior vice president. Everyone is screens because whether this fellow, though he is a ITI or whatever qualification experience, whether he fits into the culture of DRF, that was his screening. No, but same person when we were trying for in 97, 98, molecular biologist. Then we searched the entire, those days biology was not so strong. It was, candidates were not available. Almost entire India we searched. We could not find a right candidate. Then we discussed. He said, you release ad in Nature and other magazines. We spent 6 lakhs for publishing in Nature and other journal, international journal. That was the quality of hiring. Now, without wasting much time, now I would request Dr. Murali Ramachandra, CEO AOL, to make his presentation.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, specifically Dr. Venkat, for inviting me to share some of the experience and journey that we have had at Origin over the last 20 or 25, about 23 years. It's also a very good moment. I could interact with a lot of former colleagues. I'm really happy that I'm part of this celebration, this alumni meet, along with all of you. And it's also about 20 years that I'm completing it in the family of Dr. Reddy's. And out of that, about 7 or 8 years, I had the fortune of interacting with Dr. Reddy. So that's where I think it's my extra pleasure to talk about continuing the discovery journey that Dr. Reddy was so fond of when he started DRF, and how we are continuing at the Origin campus in Bangalore, as well as now in Origin in Mayapur as well. So, as you all know, our main campus is based in Bangalore. You can see it's a beautiful campus set up. Dr. Venkat played a key role. Satish already talked about what was the reasoning behind setting up a completely independent subsidiary. So it was set up in 2002 or so. Currently, we have a 450 scientists. This is in Origin Oncology. I'll come to that about Origin Pharma Services. That's another 600 or 700 scientists. So we have a beautiful campus with state-of-the-art infrastructure. In fact, that was one of the reasons that was I attracted. Obviously, the major attraction was working with a company that's founded by Dr. Reddy. I think that was a major motivation. But having that kind of beautiful facility, I'm sure many of you have seen our Bangalore campus. It's as beautiful as this place. And it's such a nice place to do research. I think quickly, over the last 20, 22 years, we have discovered about 20. Recently, we have 21 innovative drugs in the clinic discovered by our scientists within our campus. That's something we are extremely proud of. And we are also leader in NCE patents in India. I think last time we heard, probably we are way ahead of many other companies or many other institutes as well. I think that's a culture that I think Dr. Srinivas already mentioned, that it's almost like, feels like IIT. I think to be able to produce that many NCE patents towards reaching the ambition of Dr. Reddy's to have a molecule eventually in the market, I think we are, hopefully, I'll convey through this presentation that we are going in the right direction. So out of those, currently we have 10 clinical programs that we are leading on our own, another 11 or so preclinical programs. So in this presentation, I'll mostly talk about the clinical because that's a lot closer to patients. I won't talk too much about the preclinical pipeline. Sorry. So when we started as a CRO. We wanted to offer services so that we can generate cash flow to be able to run our operation on our own without having to depend I think Satish already commented, how do we do discovery without really putting the pressure on the overall balance sheet of the company. So we started offering pure services, whether in chemistry or biology, pretty much in any therapeutic area, whether it could be microbiology, it could be in obesity, it could be in cancer, pretty much any therapeutic areas, any work, whether it's chemistry or biology, that's how we started. After we were incorporated in 2002. So around 2005, I think many of you may know that when we started, we had a site in Boston. In fact, it used to be a Boston headquarter, or most of the senior management was based in Boston, Lexington. Around 2005, I think there was a decision to pretty much close the operation in Boston. That time we had a leadership change in the company. I came to Origin as part of the new leadership. In fact, when I joined, Dr. Venkat used to be there. I think we had really fond memories of about 6 months of overlap that helped me personally to settle in very well at Origin. So from 2005 onwards, we said, instead of doing pure services, maybe we can offer integrated discovery. Through Dr. Reddy's history, as well as some of the initial work, and some of us had done drug discovery outside of India, we said maybe we will offer drug discovery collaboration, integrated discovery collaboration, where we do both chemistry and biology. Pretty much all the invention happens at Origin, and eventually we give the molecule to them for them to do the clinical development. So that's probably at that time, it was a model that was pioneered by Origin. I don't think many companies were offering that kind of discovery collaborations. We were the first ones to offer. The first collaboration that we brought was Novo Nordisk. Maybe that's also partly because of the history that DRF had with Novo Nordisk. We brought Novo Nordisk on board. We started our first collaboration in 2006. I think we were quite successful. Subsequently, we added a number of other high-profile collaborations. You can see there is Merck Serono, Debiopharm, Orion, Novartis. Pretty much, I think we could convince slowly a number of large pharma companies, you can work with us, we can do the discovery, and you can do clinical development. And we continue that business model. You can see that many of the big names that you can see, including at least six of the large pharma companies, as well as many of the leading biotech or medium-sized companies in Europe and US. So we sort of continued that journey till 2008, solely doing discovery collaboration. But I think having regular interaction with Dr. Reddy, we also got bitten by the discovery bug. He kept telling that if you can do discovery for other companies, why not do discovery on our own? In fact, I think I'll probably go to the computer, it may be easier. So I've shown here the picture of Dr. Reddy at one of our year celebrations. This is in 2008. So I think clearly it's an understatement if we say that we were greatly influenced by Dr. Reddy's ambition and vision. I think through our regular conversation, we were sure that we need to also start building our own pipeline, not just working in collaboration with other large pharma partners. In fact, I think the figure that you see in 2008, when we lit up that lamp, it probably started the building our innovative pipeline. I think literally that's the beginning of our innovative pipeline. So if you see from 2009 onwards, we said, in addition to continuing the collaboration, we will start adding our own programs. Initially, we said we will work on some new target called PD-1. PD-1 wasn't known to many people at that time. That was our first program. We added additional programs. We worked on Th17 pathways. And then parallelly, we continued our discovery collaborations over the years, but while adding more and more programs to our own internal pipeline. But I think having understood that we can't really take all the molecules all the way to commercialization on our own, initial years we decided we will license out similar to what DRF did to Novo Nordisk. We had the first success licensing out an asset to Orion. Subsequently, we licensed out multiple assets to Curis, then Agios. So number of programs, number of molecules that we discovered on our own, we licensed out to global players. So again, I think what it helped was earlier collaboration helped in training a large number of scientists, giving us institutional learning, giving us the confidence that we can do drug discovery. And here, doing our own programs, convincing pharma players that these programs are highly valuable. You can license these and you can pay the whatever money that we are asking, you can take it for clinical development. So clearly, I think this helped a great deal in building our own pipeline in the subsequent years. So I think one of the major breakthroughs that happened was in 2019, we convinced XLXs to take multiple assets that we discovered and also add several new programs. We call it de novo programs. In fact, probably even to date, I believe this is the largest collaboration, both in terms of value as well as number of programs in any Indian companies. I don't think there is any other Indian companies had this big a collaboration with a total bio dollars of more than 4 billion or so. So I think we were extremely proud that we were not only doing discovery collaboration, but also able to discover molecules and license out to pharma companies. And this is the team that I've shown you here. And this was one of our first candidate entering clinical development. We were celebrating at the XLX's headquarters in San Francisco. So I think through these years, what we did was we need to have some unique discovery platform to be able to come up with truly first-in-class assets, not just the fast follower or best-in-class assets. In the initial years, we focused on kinase inhibitors because when we set up the company, we had a very strong expertise in structure biology. We were able to solve the structures, we were able to understand the 3D structure of the molecules and to optimize these molecules. So some of the initial programs were based on kinase inhibitors. I think what's shown in the gold letters, these are the programs in each of these platforms that are in clinical development. You can see that in the kinase inhibitor platform, there are about 5 molecules in clinical development. So next we started working on small molecule immunomodulators. Immuno-oncology was getting really hot. The idea here is to activate our own immune system so that immune cells can go after cancer cells and eliminate cancer cells. Here also, we were the first one, and even now we are the most advanced immuno-oncology that has the oral molecules. We have 3 molecules in clinic. Most advanced one is in phase 3. There are other molecules, one in phase 2 and one in phase 1. So in the recent years, in addition to simply inhibiting or activating a target of interest, there is also great interest in can we eliminate the target? Can we just simply degrade the target, make the target completely go away? So that's where we started working on the targeted protein degradation. So in this case, we sort of brought in some of the unique angle. For example, our approach gives us the degrader. These are bifunctional molecule. One end of the molecule binds to the target of interest, other end takes it to the cellular degradation machinery, and most of those tend to have a larger linker. As a result, these molecules tend to be huge, much difficult to optimize. Some of the platform that we had was either no linker or extremely small linker, which are much more optimizable. As a result, we have oral degraders. In fact, I think one of the architects of this platform, Chandrasekhar, who came from DRF, he's also in the audience today. And he is still with Origin. So coming from the DRF background, I think we are still adding to the newer platforms. In the recent past, what we have done is, instead of making one molecule at a time, many times it takes 6 months or a year to even starting points. We said, can we come up with a combinatorial approach? Can we assemble various pieces directly on the cells that have the tagged protein? In fact, we've been quite successful. We've been able to show that we can degrade the target of interest in about 5 places. We have shown that within a matter of a couple of weeks, we can come up with a very good starting point. I think these are all, I believe, truly first of its kind, this kind of platform that we are setting at Origin. And the fourth platform that we have discovered here, being in cancer, I think one of the things I forgot to highlight, I think over the course of the last 20 years, around 2019, we said more and more of our projects are in oncology. Let's focus on oncology. Maybe then we can be much better in one therapeutic area rather than working on any therapeutic area. That's when we rebranded ourselves as Origin Oncology, and the services got segregated into Origin Pharma Services, which is mostly based in Hyderabad as well as partly in Bangalore as well, whereas Origin Oncology is mostly in Bangalore. So once we decided that we need to be in oncology, as you know, that biologics, mostly antibodies, antibody drug conjugates, as well as cell and gene therapy, they are really being transformational. So we said we also need to work on those platforms. In fact, the fifth platform that I'm showing here, or the third platform, the fourth one is the antibody-based therapeutics. We are working on monoclonal bispecifics as well as antibody drug conjugates. with this approach. And then, so the last platform that we have is the cell and gene therapy. Again, I'll talk about a little bit more subsequently. And in oncology, some of the recent transformation is, can we use cell therapy that are engineered to be able to go and attack cancer cells? So we also have platform where we are working on different CAR-T products as well. So this is just to quickly summarize. In the discovery collaboration model, you can see that many of the big players we have worked with. So it has really helped us in a great deal in getting the visibility. Now they know that even in companies in India can do the drug discovery very efficiently. What's shown in the bottom, these are the companies that have licensed in the assets after we discovered the molecule. There also, I think, we have a number of companies that we have licensed out. In total, I think we have licensed out about 16 molecules. I think that's also probably a record for any Indian companies. So I think in the next few minutes, I would like to talk about 4 different categories of clinical pipeline that we have. The first clinical pipeline is what's arising from our collaboration. In these cases, we have some limited milestone and eventually some limited royalty, not a whole lot of right in this collaboration because we got funded when we were discovering these molecules. The second bucket is the licensing, where we discovered the molecule and we licensed out, where we have significant rights because we have approval milestones, we have a sales milestone as well as royalties. In many cases, we also have limited territory rights, whether it could be India, Russia. We also have manufacturing rights in some cases, so significant rights in some of the programs where we have licensed out. I think the third category that we see is our own pipeline, and I've also shown the number of programs. Collaboration is about 7, and licensing about 4 programs that are active right now, our own 10 clinical programs currently. Obviously, we have global rights in all of these programs. And the last one is, together with DRL, we are looking at, can we address some of the unmet need? Are there any really transformative therapies? Can we make it available for patients in India? In that case, in that model, we are looking at CAR-T therapy together with DRL India to be able to make those therapies affordable for Indian patients. So this is the pipeline. This is the collaborator pipeline. I think I was mentioning, since we don't have a significant upside in these collaborations, maybe I'll skip this slide. So this is the license program where we have significant rights. There are 2 active programs currently, one with Curis, other one is Solema Oncology. In fact, this molecule just got the IND just about 3 days ago. So it's the latest molecule that entered clinical development in the hands of a company based in San Francisco. So I think just to give an example of how a license program is doing in the clinic, I would like to briefly talk about a program that we licensed out to Curis. This one is called imavosertib. It's a first-in-class IRAK4 inhibitor. In fact, even now, this is the only IRAK4 inhibitor that's in clinical development for oncology. So in leukemia, there is a very strong rationale that because of inhibition of 2 proteins, it is a very strong inhibitor of IRAK4 and also another kinase called FLT3. It's a dual kinase inhibitor. We believe that both these kinases, as I've shown here, there is a high prevalency of genetic alteration of FLT3 as well as the IRAK4. With this molecule, we believe that there is a strong rationale to go after leukemia patients. In fact, in clinical trials, this is just the data published last week at the ASH. 10 out of 19 evaluable patients have shown objective response, including 6 complete remissions. So these are late stage patients. So I think instead of telling how this molecule is behaving, I thought it would be good to hear from Dr. Eric Weiner. He is the world-renowned expert on leukemia. So let's hear what Dr. Weiner has to say. You don't get the warning? Can you put it? Maybe if you can give me that. Sure.
ఏమవుతుంది
Sorry, that didn't work. So essentially, he says that this is one of the exciting
Risk
molecules.
of myelodysplastic syndrome cells. And particularly there was attention paid for those two groups, which is the FLT3 group and also the spliceosome mutated group. The nice thing about taking leukemia trial is that the results mirrored what we were expecting from the preclinical data. And whenever we think about a new drug, we want the drug to have the effect that we expect. So for example, while we did see an effect across the board in patients in terms of reduction of blast count in more than 50% of patients, particularly the FLT3 mutated group and the spliceosome mutated group had a significant effect in terms of responses and in terms of the reduction of blasts. So it was nice that we were able to prove principle from what we were seeing, but also prove an anti-leukemic effect, which will then allow us to move forward with other trials. So the FLT3 mutated disease, what was really nice is, first of all, the IRAK4 inhibitor, this IRAK4 inhibitor, emavusertib, actually inhibits both the ITD mutation, but also inhibits the TKD mutation. And what we were able to see in the 12 patients that were treated at goal population, half of them fit into the overall response category. So we had 6 overall responses, and we had 4 patients with CR and CRI. So that really shows that this is an on-target effect and that we can see benefit for our patient population.
So in addition to leukemia, this also has a potential opportunity in lymphoma. In lymphoma, because there are 2 pathways. One is the BCR pathway, other one is the TLR pathway that contributes to the disease progression. So here, because it's upstream of in the TLR pathway, we believe that this could be a very good, very interesting molecule for lymphoma. In fact, if you look at the prevalence of various mutations, there is one protein called MyD88. When it's mutated, it activates this kinase called IRAK4, and that prevalence is quite high in different lymphomas. So what I've shown on the right is the specific kind of lymphoma. This is the primary CNS lymphoma. This lymphoma, actually, you have the metastasis in the brain. These patients have no options. Right now, the approved drugs are only chemotherapy and radiation. So in this case, what we looked at, and there is an off-label use of BTK inhibitor, which inhibits the BCR pathway. Our rationale really suggested that we can combine with BTK inhibitor, we can block both these pathways to get benefits to these patients. You can see that out of the patients that we treated, many of them show deep response for this agent. So we believe that this is quite remarkable because this is such an aggressive lymphoma, and if we can demonstrate maybe in about 20 to 50 patients, potentially this could be an accelerated approval opportunity. In fact, Curis already is engaged in discussion with the regulatory agencies, trying to understand what could be the development pathway for this particular molecule. I've also shown the scan. This is the MRI of the brain of this one particular patient. You can see that when he was diagnosed, there was a metastasis in the brain, which completely went away, and this patient is surviving even after 600 days. He's doing very well. So clearly, she says that this molecule, not only in leukemia, but also in lymphoma, it is proving to be beneficial for patients. So coming to our own programs that are in the clinical development, we have multiple programs. As I said, there are about 10 programs. The most advanced one is the PD-L1 VISTA small molecule inhibitor that's in phase 3. We have a couple of other in phase 2 and many other in phase 1. Again, in the interest of time, I won't talk about each of these programs. Maybe I'll give you a flavor of one of the programs. So this program is the CA170. This is the first small molecule oral inhibitor of PD-L1 and VISTA. And this is interesting because many of the DRL subsidiaries have worked on this molecule. In fact, if you have read Unfinished Agenda by Dr. Reddy, in one of the chapters, he fondly talks about this particular program, the interactions he used to have with scientists at Origin Oncology. And you can see that in chapter 17, he talks about this particular program. Currently, this is the most advanced program. And as I was saying, this is probably the only immune checkpoint, small molecule immune checkpoint that's in the later stages of clinical development. So before we talk about immune checkpoint, idea here is within tumor microenvironment, within the tumor, there are so many immune cells. In spite of having immune cells, they don't really recognize tumor cells and kill tumor cells. That's because many of the immune cells as well as tumor cells, they express protein which helps tumor cells from hiding from the immune system. So the proteins that are actually helping in hiding from the immune system are called immune checkpoint protein. PD-1, PD-L1 is one of those proteins, and you have VISTA is another protein. The most well characterized is the PD-1 expressed on T cells and PD-L1 expressed on tumor cells. So there it's very clearly shown that if you were to block the interaction of this receptor ligand, you can eliminate tumor cells because of the activated T cells. In fact, this concept of cancer immunotherapy has already resulted in Nobel Prize for two people, Jim Allison at MD Anderson as well as Professor Anji at Kyoto University. So probably in this class of therapies, the most successful drug is the Keytruda. This is the one that targets PD-1 on T cells. In fact, just last year alone, they sold about $25 billion, a single drug, oncology drug. This is probably best-selling ever oncology drug that we know of. So our idea was, as you know that PD-1 antibody, this is a large molecule. This is very expensive to produce, and being a large molecule, it has to be only injected. Can we make these molecules much more in a cheaper way? Can we make it much more convenient to patients? Can we make it orally bioavailable? So our molecule CA170 essentially goes off the same pathway as well as one other checkpoint pathway that's much more convenient to patients. And in the clinic, we have seen that I've shown only phase 2 data. Currently, phase 3 is getting completed. In another 2 months, I think we will have the phase 3 data. What I have shown is the phase 2 data that we have already disclosed. You can see that among various cancers, what's shown in orange is the lymphoma patients. What's shown in the green lines, these are lung cancer patients, late stage, stage 4 lung cancer patients. After they progressed on the all available therapies, when they come on to the trial, typically these patients survive only for about 2 months. But with the treatment, we could see that most of them ended up surviving for several months. In fact, our median progression-free survival is better than any of the other molecules that we could see in the literature. For example, it's even better than Keytruda. This is the phase 2 data, much smaller trial. Right now, phase 3 trial is ongoing. Here also, you can see that there is one lymphoma patient who had metastasis in the lung that completely vanished when we started treating this patient by the oral route of CA170 compared to the injectable that's selling very well. So I think it's quite exciting. Again, these are late-line patients who have no other options. And in addition, we thought, maybe is there a possibility, can we combine with Keytruda or some of the best-selling drugs, make it even better? If you look at Keytruda or other drugs of this class, in most cancer indications, what I have shown on the right, maximum you get about 20% of the patient respond. Remaining 80% of the patient do not respond to these therapies. That's because of number of mechanisms. For example, it could be upregulation of another protein. It could be because of immunosuppressive microenvironment. It could be lack of effector or the memory response. T cells may get activated, but it may not sustain long. But what's known in the literature is if you were to hit another checkpoint protein called VISTA, it addresses some of these limitations of these molecules. So in addition to being the oral molecule, this has the opportunity to target VISTA as well. And we have shown in preclinical models that's shown on the bottom right. If you look at single agent activity of Keytruda like mouse equivalent antibody, you get about 50% response. Now if you combine with CA170, you see about complete tumor regression. So right now we're thinking of starting some phase 3 trials, whether we can add to some of the best-selling drugs. I think that's what we are quite excited about this asset. So the next category is the program that we are working with DRL India to bring transformative therapies for Indian patients. The most advanced one is the CAR T therapy. These are engineered T cell therapy for patients in India. So maybe just one slide, I'll talk about what this therapy is. So essentially, idea here is you collect T cells from patients, you engineer them in the lab, make them so that the T cells, when you put them back in patients, they can recognize cancer cells and eliminate cancer cells. So our first trial is something that goes after multiple myeloma cancers and eliminate cancer cells. So in this case, this is a highly individualized therapy. We need to go to the hospital, collect the blood, isolate T cells from individual patient, We need to manipulate them in the lab, and then we need to send it back to the hospital. They'll in turn administer this drug to the patient. So these are much more expensive, much more costly way. We believe that some of the improvements that we can make, these drugs could be much more affordable for Indian patients. In the US, just the drug cost alone is about 500,000, and together with hospitalization charge, it could be more than $1 million. What we are hoping is it could be much more affordable, significantly at least 8 to 10 times cheaper for Indian patients. That's our goal in this particular therapy. So right now we have completed phase 1 of the study. We have dosed about 8 patients. All the 8 patients have responded, including 5 of them have shown stringent response or the complete response. So we have just started the phase 2 trial with this particular molecule. And one of the things that I would like to highlight is recently there was a GSK sponsored event. You can see that Dr. Akhil, who is the Chief Medical Officer at Origin Oncology, he participated and he talked about our experience treating patients with these transformative therapies. I'm showing this slide not because I wanted to show Dr. Akhil, although we are grateful that his leadership really helped patients to bringing these kind of transformative therapies for Indian patients. But what's remarkable is the person you see on the extreme left. So this is a patient who used to be an athlete, but because of this disease, this multiple myeloma, he was completely bedridden. And he was treated with this drug, the drug that was manufactured in our facility and sent it back. And after the treatment, within few months, now he's back on his foot. He's participating in mini Olympics. He voluntarily came forward and he participated in the panel communicating how innovation in Origin and Dr. Reddy's companies is really making a benefit to patients. I think there is no bigger testimony than patient coming and telling that it's making a true difference for these patients. I think with that happy note, I would like to summarize. Hopefully I have conveyed to you that we have built a very strong pipeline, not only the collaboration pipeline, but also our own internal pipeline. And we believe that with the strong pipeline we have, we should be able to reach the finish line, hopefully within the next few years. We believe that we are steadily advancing in fulfilling the unfinished agenda of Dr. Anji Reddy. I think if we can do that with his dream of having the pill at the doctor's office, not just in India, but everywhere in the globe, having that Dr. Reddy's or Origin logo, I think that's his dream. We hope to realize that within the next few years. And with that, obviously I've talked about many programs. I would like to acknowledge a large team, not just from Origin Oncology, but Origin Pharma Services, previously Origin Discovery, DRF, various subsidiaries of Dr. Reddy's, our board, including Satish, Prasad, our collaborators, as well as clinical investigators, and also probably the biggest thanks to our patients who are volunteering to come forward and participate in our trials. Not knowing the risk benefits, they are, I think, coming to these studies and helping us to understand whether our molecules are really making a difference. I think our biggest thanks to all the patients and their families. With that, I'll conclude my remarks. And again, thank you for the organizers for giving me this opportunity.
I know many of the senior citizens have to go for lunch. Please bear with us for next 10 minutes. Mr. Kapil Chaudhary, Global Head Business Development, APSL. You have only 10 minutes time. We are running already late.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. Very mindful of the hour I've been given. I'm standing between you and lunch and very exhausting morning, but truly inspired to be here. Can you bring up the slides? Okay. So one of the legacies of Dr. Reddy's Foundation is Origin Services, and I'm here to talk about what we are doing at Origin Services for the last couple of years and how we are building a very strong service platform. So, Origin Services was created in 2020. This was created by building or bringing together the custom pharmaceutical services of Dr. Reddy's, which was created in 2002 to 2004 timeframe. And Origin, the discovery services part of Origin Discovery Research. These two entities came together in 2020 and we created Origin Services. It's an integrated platform. We are working very diligently to create a full service CRDMO. While we are very young, we are just about 4 years in our existence, we carry a lot of legacy and passion which all of you have seeded. We're extremely fortunate that we are here on this campus. Some of us work in those labs where you might have worked in past. We have offices next to the offices of some of the senior leaders here, and we truly, truly feel inspired. It's a difficult business. Services typically is a treadmill. It's a very tough business, and there are moments of frustrations, and we find our inspiration in the campus when things are not going our way. So thank you so much for seeding the core values on which the Origin Services is being built. We are building 3 distinct platforms. We are building the small molecule discovery services business, which has been a legacy business. Dr. Murli spoke about it. Predominantly operates out of Bangalore, and now we are also building a large campus here, which will focus on integrated drug discovery. The second platform is small molecule CDMO, and here we do development work in the Hyderabad campus, but we do also utilize all the manufacturing infrastructure that is available to us in our parent organization. And the newest investment from our side, where we have invested close to $50 million in the last 2 years, is the biologics platform. For Origin Services, we are operating out of 3 campuses which are dedicated to this platform. One is this campus, the other is the Bangalore campus, and we've also recently built a campus in Genome Valley, which is focused on biologic services. For the clinical work, we are utilizing the infrastructure which is available, as I mentioned, from Dr. Reddy's. And all the commercial supplies eventually happens from the plants which are based in 3 continents. We have invested significantly since we took over in the discovery business. We have, the idea here is to create an integrated drug discovery platform, which would work seamlessly with the innovators. We have all the tools at our disposal, but we have very recently invested heavily in acquiring newer platforms like DNA encoded libraries, and we are also building our own AI-led drug discovery platform with integrating the AI/ML elements to it. On this very campus, we have a large vivarium. Some of you might be aware of it. We have just gone through a major refurbishment of the campus, and that gives us the opportunity to create a truly integrated service platform which would operate from here. On the second platform, which is small molecule CDMO, we have over years created very strong annuities and endowments in peptides, steroids, HPAPI, and MPEG solutions. And in fact, we are one of the few companies who are offering peptide from a few milligrams all the way up to a couple of tons. So these are some of the platforms we would continue to work upon, and a bunch of those platforms are industry leading. They are spread all over the world. In terms of our chemistry capabilities, we've been the pioneers in flow and continuous manufacturing. We have done a lot of work at Dr. Reddy's Institute of Life Sciences. I see Dr. Iqbal is sitting here. Those were the foundational work which we did there, and now we have also taken it to industrial scale. So one of the manufacturing plants of Dr. Reddy's is actually doing continuous manufacturing at 100 metric ton scale. We're one of the first companies to get there, and we would continue to build upon it. A lot of different products would benefit from this in terms of leveraging this capability. We have been doing biocatalysis, but we are again taking it to the next level in terms of setting up fermentation capabilities, and also trying to integrate and see if we can find a path around using these capabilities in converting synthetic peptides to more of recombinant approaches, because the type of work that is happening in that space would significantly require a huge capacity, which perhaps would not be possible on a synthetic peptide models. We are very good in carbohydrate chemistry, and that's something which we continue to do. Again, we have done a lot of work from early phase to commercial scale. as we all know that there's a major transformation, we've been talking about it for the last 10 years or so, world is moving towards biotherapeutics and large molecule, and we thought that Dr. Reddy's, our parent organization, was also one of the pioneers in that space. So we thought that we'll continue to build upon that platform. We have made strong commitments in this space. It's an incubation within a startup. So it's a very, very early stage business for us. But we have assembled all these capabilities. We can design and create antibodies. We can work on engineered antibodies, specifically. We are working on the ADC platform at early stage. We can design payloads and linkers, and we are also working on conjugation capabilities. So these are some of the areas where you will hear a lot in next couple of years in terms of the work from our company. And lastly, extremely proud that we are taking your legacy forward. Yeah. Very, very proud to say that we are today working with 8 out of top 10 big pharma companies. And it was possible because of the deep science and the deep expertise that was given to us, and we continue to build upon it. So thank you so much for this journey for all of us. Slide move forward, but I also wanted to say that we also are at the cusp or the intersection of the goals of not only Dr. Reddy's Foundation, but also Dr. Reddy's Labs. We are constantly working on a patient-centered outreach. We have taken an ambitious goal at a group level that we would reach out to 1.5 billion people by 2030, which is almost double the reach at the moment. And we believe that that would be only possible if we continue to strengthen this platform and continue to work with innovators. So one of the goals we have taken is that we will enable one NCE launch commercially every year. And we have achieved that goal for the last 2 years, and we have a good pipeline of candidates which would be in market working with Origin and Dr. Reddy's. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity, and it was really, really humbling to be here on behalf of the whole Origin team. Thank you.
I know we are running late for the lunch, only next 5-10 minutes. Please run the slides on DRF born turned into entrepreneurs. Please, if Dr. Bhima Rao, please all of you, please come here. We will have a picture. Entrepreneurs born from DRF. There are 30 entrepreneurs, but I think only 4 or 5 are here. Some may be having coconut milk, coconut drink. DRF born entrepreneurs, please come quickly, we are running late. There are senior citizens, they have to go for lunch. Dr. Bhima Rao P, Dr. Harichan Raju, CM, Dr. Madhurakesh, Dr. Minish Paul, Dr. Mohan Reddy, Dr. Padmaja S, Dr. Perizulin Annamalai, Dr. Shekhar Reddy Alla, Dr. Selva Kumar, Dr. Shiva Sanjeev Rao. These are all the torch bearers of Dr. Anji Reddy's vision. Next slide, next slide. Dr. Srinivas Rao B, Dr. Srinivas Nagarapu, Dr. Venugopal Rao Veeramaneni, Dr. Vijay Pattabhiram, Mr. ASR Prasad, Mr. Baki Reddy, Mr. Bharat, Mr. Bhaskar Raju, Mr. Chandan Bar, Mr. Dinesh Kumar. Next. Mr. Jaipal Reddy, Mr. Maganti SS Prasad, Mr. Nagel Surendra Reddy, Mr. Papi Reddy, Mr. Prasad Reddy, Mr. Rajendra Reddy, Mr. Raju Sirisella, Mr. Ravi Krishna Vallakati, Mr. Shankar Vellur, Mr. Srinivas Raju RS, but they forgot to mention my name. It doesn't matter. They don't know my enterprise. I am working on providing solutions to pharma industry in US FDA with the use of artificial intelligence. We will come out shortly. Dr. AV, please, they want to have a snap with you. Can you come? డాక్టర్ గారు వస్తారు అందరికన్నా ఫిట్ రెండు డాక్టర్ గారు రెండు మనం సీనియర్ సిటిజన్స్ ఆర్ కర్సింగ్ మీ బట్ స్టిల్ some formalities have to be completed. Good. Photo over. We have to run at jet speed. Run, Doctor. అందరూ ముందుకు రండి పొట్టోళ్ళు ముందుకు రండి పొడవుకున్న వాళ్ళు వెనకాల కమ్ హియర్ సర్ మీరు కూర్చోనా కూర్చుంటే కొంతమంది కూర్చో సార్ చిన్నవాళ్ళు అంటే పొడవాళ్ళు కూర్చోండి మనం కూర్చొని कुछ लोग आगे आगे बैठो भाई जल्दी जल्दी आई एम रनिंग आउट ऑफ टाइम यस 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 ఇది పెళ్లి ఫోటో కాదులేండి బాబు తీయండి ఎటో ఒకటి
పెళ్లి ఫోటో కన్నా ముఖ్యం సార్ ఇది పెళ్లి కన్నా ముందరేగా మనం కలిసింది
స్వీట్ మెమరీస్ ఆఫ్ డిఆర్ఎఫ్ ఐ వాజ్ మ్యారీడ్ అట్ దట్
బై దట్ టైం రైట్
thumbs up Mahesh Baba chalo thank you very much please get down no ago direction idu unnadu complete cheyali please run Dr. K. Anji Reddy Memorial guided tour only 2 minutes రన్నింగ్ అవుట్ నేను చూడలేదు పేరు చదివానండి శ్రీదేవి ప్లీజ్ రన్ దట్ మెమోరియల్ మీరు చూడండి మెమోరియల్ ఫిల్మ్ ప్లీజ్ బీ సీటెడ్ ఫర్ 2 more minutes only 2 more minutes DRF this memorial tour only 2 minutes film. After that, we'll break for lunch. Only 2 minutes.
What really drives me is the science. That can I finally bring a drug into the market which can change the way people live?
In 2013, when Dr. Anji Reddy passed away, there was this thought of creating a memorial for him to kind of celebrate his memories. And we all, along with all the family members, we got together at this place. Because when he used to sit and work in his lab, which he was extremely passionate about, he would have some of his guest scientists and he would take them for a lunch to his farmhouse, which is just behind. And he would actually take this path from his lab, walking through this Ashoka tree avenue and right up to the farmhouse. At the end of this avenue, there is one peepal tree. The peepal tree is called Bodhi tree, which is a symbol of knowledge. One of the first thing was we had to locate ashes where those could be placed, and that would actually become the relic, the samadhi kind of a feature. We experienced that samadhi. We wanted to emphasize onto that void. And as you go in, you sort of walk down. And when you walk down, your eye level comes closer to the water. And the water being treated with black granite stone, it becomes very reflective. It's almost like a black cube of water. It has a quality of reflection. We were talking about the presence of absence. because we want his memory to stay and his absence to be felt.
We have shown the way to the Indian pharmaceutical industry that we are second to none.
The idea of discovery had to be emphasized. So you don't enter the complex directly, you sort of come indirectly. You walk across and then you see ambience through these different openings, and you again rediscover the whole place. So there is a sense of discovery which happens within the whole formation of the plan.
I am, of course, a dreamer, probably the dreamer par excellence. But it is you people who have been responsible for the successes and milestones that we have achieved.
If you see his childhood, it comes from a very humble background. His father used to grow turmeric plants
please pay attention.
and he used to give medicine
Please pay attention.
in the village. And that's
Senior
how he got
citizens
interested in medicines.
and those who are
born
diabetic,
in a village.
and at least 50% of the people can go for lunch. Remaining 50% please go for with memorial so that we will manage the time. Otherwise there will be a lot of
evolution
crowd.
right from
Senior
childhood. So it
citizens,
starts with
those
very
who
rough
have medical
stones. Then it
complaints,
becomes slightly
who have
more,
to have the lunch.
slightly becomes semi-polished. Then
please
they
go
become
to
polished,
canteen.
and then they become grass. In that entire walk, you have his bike, Rajdut bike, which he used to use as a youngster, which is kept at one end. And then there is Mercedes Benz, which was very dear to him, one of his first one.
It was not a plan on the drawing board, no. But it was a dream. I want to be a pharmaceutical manufacturer. And obviously, God willing, maybe number one in India. And failure, you should not think that because of failure we should cut corners or anything like that. The vision should continue in spite of the failure, because if there is that element in you which is better than many other people, you can be one of the top companies.
One of the most important aspects of his life was about philanthropy, about giving, and that had to be expressed. We started with the idea of a spout, a brass spout, almost like giving away either the knowledge or the wealth, which he kept on doing all the time, and that. When that water falls out from the samadhi and it sort of spreads across, and again there is a sense of curiosity, sense of loss, and that is very, very evident when you take that pradakshina at the lower level, and then you come up again and everything opens out.
This foundation came.
Hello, please pay attention for 1 second. Please pay attention. The whole participants group will be divided into 2 batches for lunch. First batch, senior citizens and people with diabetic and other related issues, those who have to have lunch on time, and women. These 3 category of people, please move to the canteen exactly opposite to this venue. Canteen lunch is ready. Second batch, please go for memorial tour. Second batch, please go to memorial tour. Youngsters and those who can wait for another half an hour, please go for memorial tour. Organizing committee members outside will show you the venue for lunch.
performances. We shall start with the singing through Parnika group, and Punit Garu will be a part of the host of this show. Okay. Thank you, Punit Garu.
Thank you.
By singer Parnika, we'll be having a beautiful songs in this afternoon. Audience, please enjoy the songs.
Disconnected.
Check. 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 చెక్. అందరికీ నమస్కారం. ఇక్కడ డాక్టర్ రెడ్డీస్ అలుమ్నై మీట్కి వచ్చి మాకు పర్ఫామ్ చేయడం చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది. హోప్ యూ ఆల్ ఎంజాయ్ విత్ అవర్ సాంగ్స్ అండ్ బ్యూటిఫుల్ డాన్సెస్. మా మాటలు మీ అందరికి వినిపిస్తున్నాయి కదా, అంటే రీచ్ అవుతోంది కదా? ఓకే, ఒక్కసారి మా మాటలు వినిపిస్తున్నాయి అంటే గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొట్టాలి. బేసికల్లీ ఆర్టిస్ట్లకి కావాల్సింది ఫుడ్ ఇంకేమీ కాదు, జస్ట్ చప్పట్లే. స్టేజ్ మీదకి వచ్చారంటే మాకు చప్పట్లతోనే కడుపు నిండి మీరు నింపి పంపించాలన్నమాట మీరు. ఎస్. సో మరి ప్రోగ్రామ్ అయ్యేంత వరకు మేము ఎంత యాక్టివ్గా ఉంటామో మీరు కూడా అంత యాక్టివ్గా ఉండాలి. సో దట్ మా స్పిరిట్స్ అన్నీ హై ఉంటాయన్నమాట. మీకు మంచిగా పర్ఫామ్ చేసి మిమ్మల్ని ఎంటర్టైన్ చేసి వెళ్తాము. మరి లిస్ట్ అంతా మేము వేసుకున్నాము, చాలా స్క్రూటినీ చేసి 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 వి హావ్ గాట్ సమ్ బ్యూటిఫుల్ నంబర్స్ టు పర్ఫామ్. కోఆర్డినేట్ చేసింది శ్రీలత గారు, థ్యాంక్ యూ. అండ్ వర్మ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ ఫర్ ది ఆపర్చునిటీ. అండ్ శ్రీలత గారు కూడా ఇందాక ఫుడ్ కూడా తిన్నారు, చాలా చాలా బాగుంది. సో హోప్ యూ ఆల్ ఎంజాయ్డ్ ది లంచ్ యాజ్ వెల్. అవునా? ఆవిడకి కూడా చప్పట్లు కొట్టచ్చు. ఎస్, ఓకే. మరి ఏ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అన్నా స్టార్ట్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఆ వినాయకుడిని తలుచుకుంటూ మనం కాబట్టి డెఫినెట్లీ ఈరోజు గణనాయకాయ అన్న పాటతో ఈ కార్యక్రమం స్టార్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము. చెక్ 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 చెక్. ఈ పాట ఎంతమందికి తెలుసు, గణనాయకాయ అన్న పాట? సో మీరందరూ కూడా మాతో పాడారు, ఓకేనా? రెడీయా? ఓకే. మరి నాతో పాటు ఇక్కడ పాడడానికి, ఈ ప్రోగ్రాంలో ఎంటర్టైన్ చేయడానికి విచ్చేశారు పునీత్, మై బ్రదర్. అండ్ ఒక్కసారి నేను చెప్పాను కదా ఆర్టిస్ట్ల కంటే చప్పట్లు కొట్టాలని, అది రూల్. మీరు ఇక్కడి నుంచి ఇంటికి వెళ్ళేంత వరకు చప్పట్లు కొట్టాలి, తిన్నదంతా అరిగిపోవాలి, లాగా ఉండాలన్నమాట. ఓకే, అంతే, అరిగిపోవాలంతే. సో మీరు చప్పట్లు కొడుతూనే ఉండాలి. ఇంత రివర్బ్ వద్దండి, ఇంత రివర్బ్ కొంచెం తగ్గించండి, ఎక్కువ వస్తుంది. ఓకే, దాని తర్వాత అనుష, దాని తర్వాత సురేంద్ర అండ్ కిరణ్మయ్య గారు. ఒక్కసారి గట్టిగా అందరికీ చప్పట్లు కొడితే విల్ స్టార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది ఈవెంట్.
See, many of you know the background. In 1997, we have registered one society by name Drf Employees Welfare Society. And this particular society and its land now turned into My Home Mangala. So all these artists, dancers, kids, everyone is from My Home Mangala. They are coming back. They have come back here to meet, greet and thank the DRF scientists.
Thank you, sir.
गुणातीताय गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि सर्वनाथाय ग्रन्थाय गानुरागाय ग्रन्थाय गीताय ग्रन्थार्थतत्परिणे गुणवते गणपतये ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे गीयचरिताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वप्रियकृते गायकाधीनविग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते गौरीसनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरवानुसृताय गौरीगणेश्वराय प्रणयाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
థ్యాంక్ యూ. దారిలోకి వచ్చేసారనమాట మీరు. మీకు ఎలా అనిపించినా కూడా చెప్పుకొట్టారు. అది మాత్రం మీ అమ్రూల్ అనమాట. సో మీకు నచ్చిందనే అనుకుంటున్నాము. ఈ మైక్ కొంచెం చేంజ్ చేస్తారా? చాలా ఫ్లక్చుయేటింగ్ ఉంది, ప్లీజ్ చెక్. చెక్ చెక్. ఓకే ఓకే, కొంచెం బేస్ పెంచండి. ఓకే, ఈ పాట తర్వాత చెప్పాను కదా ఇందాక, చాలా స్క్రూటినైజ్ చేసి ఇవే పాటలు పాడాలి అని చెప్పారు. సో అవే పాటలు పాడుతున్నాము. మీ అందరికీ నచ్చుతాయని అనుకుంటున్నాము. నెక్స్ట్ సాంగ్ నేను ఫ్యూజన్ చేశాను నా యూట్యూబ్ ఛానల్లో. ఐగిరి నందిని అన్న ఫ్యూజన్ సాంగ్ ఓన్గా ఫ్యూజన్ చేసి రిలీజ్ చేయడం జరిగిందనమాట. సో ఈ పాట ఇక్కడున్న విమెన్ అందరికీ డెడికేట్ చేస్తూ పాడుతున్నాను, అమ్మలందరికీ స్పెషల్లీ. సో ఐగిరి నందిని అందరికీ తెలిసిందే, మీరు కూడా పాడొచ్చు నాతో పాటు. అండ్ అలాగే ఇక్కడ వచ్చే లిరిక్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో అవన్నీ మీ అందరికీ డెడికేట్ చేస్తూ పాడుతున్నాను అనమాట. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఒక్క నిమిషం. అవునండి, అందుకని వాళ్ళకి డెడికేట్ చేస్తూ పాడుతున్నానని చెప్పారు. ఎస్, ఒక్క నిమిషం, సమ్ టెక్నికల్ ఇష్యూ. ప్లే. ఒక్క నిమిషం అండి, ఆక్స్లో ఏదో సమ్ డిస్టర్బెన్స్ ఉంది. డిస్టర్బెన్స్ లేకుండా మీకు వినిపిద్దామని ఒక ప్రయత్నం. ఒక్క నిమిషం. సారీ అండి, ఒక 2 minutes. Check.
Disconnected. Paired.
ఐగిరి నందిని నందిత మోదిని విశ్వ వినోది నందినుదే.
ఒక్క నిమిషం, సారీ. అది మొత్తం ఆఫ్ రావట్లేదు. నీకు పంపించాను చూడు, బ్లూటూత్ ప్లే చేసేసి. ఆక్స్ అది కంప్లీట్గా కూర్చోలేదు. ప్లే. No, it is about the track. Bluetooth on la. Bluetooth. Full volume. Full volume. Full volume.
ఐగిరి నందిని నందిత మోదిని విశ్వ వినోదిని నందినుతే గిరివర వింధ్య శిరోదిని వాసిని విష్ణు విలాసిని జిష్ణునుతే భగవతి శితి కంఠ కుటుంబిని భూరి కుటుంబిని భూరి హృదే జయ జయ హే మహి. ఐగిరి నందిని నందిత మోదిని విశ్వ వినోదిని నందినుతే గిరివర వింధ్య శిరోదిని వాసిని విష్ణు విలాసిని జిష్ణునుతే భగవతి శితి కంఠ కుటుంబిని భూరి కుటుంబిని భూరి కృతే జయ జయ హే మహిషాసురమర్దిని రమ్య కపర్దిని శైలసుతే. ప్రత్యక్ష దైవం అమ్మే, జగత్తి మూలం అమ్మే, ఆదియు అంతం అమ్మే, సృష్టికి సారం సర్వం అమ్మే, నీకు జన్మనిచ్చి అమ్మే, నిన్ను ఒడిలో పెంచిమ్మే, నిన్ను నీలా పెంచి తల్లై అక్కై చెల్లై వదిలే ప్రతి రూపం తానే, నీ తోడు నీడ తానే, నీ చిన్న నాటి నుండి నీ ఆట బొమ్మయుండి, నువ్వు ఆడిన పాడిన కొట్టిన తిట్టిన నీతోనే ఉంటూ నిన్ను నీలా ప్రేమించే నిస్వార్థమైన ప్రేమే అమ్మ. సురవర వర్షిణి దుర్ధర దర్శిణి దుర్ముఖమర్షిణి హర్షరతే, త్రిభువన పోషిణి శంకర దోషిణి కల్మషమోచని ఘోరరతే, ధనుజని రోషిణి దుర్మద శోషిణి దుఃఖ నివారిణి సింధుసుతే, జయ జయ హే महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते. అమ్మాయి నీకు జన్మనిచ్చి భార్య నిన్ను తండ్రిని చేసి పంచభూతాలే తానే, ఐదరు బంధాలే తానే, అమ్మాయి అక్కై చెల్లై భార్య వదినే నిన్ను నడిపించే శక్తియే అమ్మా. She's a creation, she's a power, she's a nature, she's everywhere. She's a mother, she's a sister, she's a wife, she's the one who cares. She's the love, she's the glory, she's the beginning of this world. Listen everyone, she's the one, only one. Anji Nandini Nandita Modini Vishwa Vinodini Nandinude, Girivara Vindri Shirodini Vasini Vishnu Vilasini Jishnunude, Bhagavati Heshiti Kanta Kutumbini Bhuri Krite, Jai Jai He Mahishasuramardini Ramyakavartini Shailasute, Suralananada Tadei Tatana Nimitta Jalasirate, Bhagavam Pativarado Katatala Katala Kutuhalanadarate, Dim Dimikita Dikita Dimithani Tira Mrangani Adarate, Jai Jai He Mahishasuramardini Ramyakavartini Shailasute, Ramyakavartini Shailasute, Ramyakavartini Shailasute, Ramyakavartini Shailasute.
Thank you very much. So over to dances, Srilata garu.
Thank you, Parnika Garu. A big round of applause to Parnika Garu. Audience, put your hands together. Thank you so much. From my home Mangala, our young talents wants to perform our dance performances, and the first performance is by Krishna Lasya. She wants to perform Ganesha song. Audience, put your hands together for Krishna Lasya.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vinayaka Stuti.
கற்பகமாய் அற்புதம் நிகழ்த்தேடோ கரிமுக களிரே பொற்பதமென்றோ பணிந்திடவே சிற்பரமே கற்பனை வளமோ கலைநயமும் பலவோ கனிவுடன் அருள்வாய் கணபதியே கணபதியே கணபதியே
விநாயகனே ஐங்கரனே பதம் தருவயானை முகத்தோனை அழகுற ஆனந்தமயாடிடும் விநாயகனே அடியவர் வணங்கிடும் ஐங்கரனை அடிப்பணினை அருள் தந்து வரம் தருவாய்
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Lasya. Great. Happy. Next, we are going to announce another performer, a Kuchipudi performer. His name is Snigdha. Welcome to the stage.
జగత తొంగ దుగుడు తగరుంత ద్రుగుడు జంగ కిణ కిణ నగణంత తగణం తక తగజం తక తగరుం తక కిడతక తగణం తగజం తకుందరి కిట తక తరిత తరిత ధిమిత ధిమిత కిట తగతం తహిదత్తత్తం
రారా
ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಯದುವಂಶೆ ಸುಧಾಂಬುದಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ರತ್ನಾಕರ ಸಮಗಂಭೀರ ರತ್ನಾಕರ ಸಮಗಂಭೀರ ರತ್ನಾಕರ ಸಮಗಂಭೀರ ರತ್ನಾಕರ ಸಮಗಂಭೀರ ಶತಕೋಟಿ ಮನ್ಮಥಾಕಾರ ಶತಕೋಟಿ ಮನ್ಮಥಾಕಾರ ಶತಕೋಟಿ ಮನ್ಮಥಾಕಾರ ಶತಕೋಟಿ ಮನ್ಮಥಾಕಾರ ಮಾಸುರ ಭುಜ ಬಲ ರಣಶೂರ ಮಾಸುರ ಭುಜ ಬಲ ರಣಶೂರ ನಾರೀ ಜನ ಮಾನವ ಚೋರ ನಾರೀ యదువంశ సుధాంబుది చంద్ర రత్నాకర సమగంభీర రత్నాకర సమగంభీర శతకోటి మన్మథాకార శతకోటి మన్మథాకార వాసుర భుజ బలరణ చోర వాసుర భుజ బలరణ చోర నారీ జన మానస చోర నారీ జన మానస చోర నమ్మేరు సమానాధీర నమ్మేరు సమానాధీర కవిజన పోషక మందార కవిజన పోషక మందార పరరాజ శత్రు సంహార పరరాజ శత్రు సంహార భరత శాస్త్రనిధి నీవేర భరత శాస్త్రనిధి నీవేర సరసత కలతర నీవేర సరసత కలతర నీవేర 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 నన్ను కరుణ చూచుటకు వేలర ఇది వేలర చలమేలర మధుగోనర నీ గోనర నన్నేలు కోరా
ధనం ధనం దిమిం దిమి కిణం కిణ తత తది తత తది తయ ధనం ధనం దిమిం దిమి కిణం కిణ తత తది తత తది తాక్ తది తత తది తది కిణ తం తంగ్ తది తది కిణ తం తంగ్ తది తది కిణ తం ధనం ధనం దిమిం దిమిం కిణం కిణ తత తది తత తది తయ ధనం ధనం దిమిం దిమిం కిణం కిణ తత తది తత తది
Super, Snigdha, super, excellent. Audience, put your hands together for Snigdha. Audience, please put your hands to Snigdha. Excellent performance.
Please give us some off.
Audience, Mahalakshmi, well done, excellent.
Disconnected.
Thank you, Mahalakshmi. Next, I'm handing the mic to Punit Garu. Next, some singing performances will be going on by Anusha.
ఓకే, చాలా మంచి పర్ఫార్మెన్సెస్. చిన్నపిల్లలు ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొట్టండి ప్లీజ్. చాలా అద్భుతంగా పర్ఫామ్ చేశారు ముగ్గురు కూడాను. సో ఈ అద్భుతమైన డాన్స్ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు ఒక క్లాసికల్ సాంగ్ సో పాడబోతుంది అనుష గారు.
Paired.
Check. Hello. Hello.
శృతి నీవు గతి నీవు ఈ నా కృతి నీవు భారతి. శృతి నీవు గతి నీవు ఈ నా కృతి నీవు భారతి. శృతి నీవు గతి నీవు ఈ నా కృతి నీవు భారతి. దుది నీవు దుది నీవు
Disconnected.
Sorry for the inconvenience, Andy. Small glitch.
Paired.
శృతి నీవు గతి నీవు ఈ నా కృతి నీవు భారతి. శృతి నీవు గతి నీవు ఈ నా కృతి నీవు భారతి. కృతి నీవు భారతి. ఈ నా కృతి నీవు భారతి. శృతి నీవు గతి నీవు ఈ నా కృతి నీవు భారతి.
ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తున్నారండి తెలుసుకోవచ్చా ఫ్రమ్ యువర్ సైడ్? సో హోప్ వీఆర్ ట్రయింగ్ అవర్ లెవెల్ బెస్ట్. యాక్చువల్లీ లైవ్ ఆర్కెస్ట్రా ఉంటే వేరేలా ఉంటుంది. ట్రాక్స్తో పాడేటప్పుడు కొన్ని టెక్నికల్ ఇబ్బందులు ఉంటాయి, మన్నించాలి. మేము ఎంత చాలా పక్కడబందీగా ప్లాన్ చేసుకున్న లాస్ట్ మినిట్ సర్ప్రైజెస్ ఉంటూనే ఉంటాయి. సో మాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు ఇంకొకసారి వర్మ గారికి కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలుపుతూ, ఇక్కడికి విచ్చేసిన పెద్దలందరికీ మేము అన్ని బ్లెండింగ్ చేసామండి. క్లాసికల్ సాంగ్స్తో పాటు మంచి మంచి ఫిలిం సాంగ్స్ అండ్ ఆల్సో ఆల్బమ్ సాంగ్స్, కొన్ని పాత పాటలు. ఇది అల్యూమినై మీట్ అండ్ గ్రీట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కదా, సో పాత పాటలు కొత్త పాటలు అన్ని కలిపి ఒక ఫుల్ మీల్స్ లాగా మేము ముందు పెట్టబోతున్నాము. ఆ ప్రాసెస్లో ఇప్పుడు నెక్స్ట్ వచ్చే పాట మీ అందరికీ తెలిసిన పాట, మాటే మంత్రము మనసే బంధము అని అందరం కలిసి పాడబోతున్నాం ఇది. సో ఇంకొకసారి గట్టిగా మీరు చప్పట్లు కొడితే ఎలాంటి టెక్నికల్ ఇబ్బందులు రాకూడదని ఇంకొకసారి కోరుకుంటూ దేవుణ్ణి ప్రార్థిస్తూ here we go.
Disconnected.
జనరల్గా అన్ని ప్రోగ్రామ్స్లో ఒక టీమ్ను కానీ బయట ఆర్టిస్ట్స్ కానీ ఇన్వైట్ చేస్తారండి. ఈసారి కొత్తగా అంకుల్ గారు మంగళాలో ఉండే టాలెంట్స్ని ప్రోత్సహించాలని చాలా వినూత్నమైన ఆలోచనతో ముందుకు వచ్చారు. యాక్చువల్లీ ఇక్కడ ఉన్న కిడ్స్ కానీ ఇందాక డాన్స్ చేసిన లాస్యప్రియ కానీ స్నిగ్ధ కానీ మహాలక్ష్మి కానీ మంగళ టాలెంట్స్, యంగ్ టాలెంట్స్ వాళ్ళకి గట్టిగా ఇంకొకసారి చెప్పండి. అలాగే మంగళాలో చిన్నపిల్లలే కాదు పెద్దవాళ్ళు కూడా వాళ్ళతో పోటీగా మేము పర్ఫామ్ చేయగలము అంటూ నెక్స్ట్ మీ ముందు రాబోతున్నారు. సో వాళ్ళకు కూడా వెల్కమ్ చేస్తూ మేము మా సైడ్ నుంచి
వాళ్ళు దానికోసమే వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నారట, పెద్దవాళ్ళ పర్ఫార్మెన్సెస్ కోసం
కావచ్చు. సో ఈరోజు నా పేరు అనుష, పరిణిక, కిరణ్మయి గారు, సురేంద్ర గారు అండ్ పునీత్ గారు, మేమందరం కలిసి మీకోసము ఈ చక్కటి సాయంత్రం వేళ మాటే మంత్రము మనసే బంధము అని మంచి మెలోడీతో మీ ముందుకు వచ్చాము. మనస్ఫూర్తిగా విని ఆశీర్వదించండి.
ఓకే, ఓవర్ టు శ్రీలత గారు. ఓకే, ఓకే, ఒక మంచి మెలోడియస్ సాంగ్ తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు ఓవర్ టు శ్రీలత గారు. శ్రీలత గారు ఇప్పుడు మనకి ఇంతకుముందు పర్ణిక పాడిన ఐగిరి నందిని పాట ఇంకో వర్షన్లో డాన్స్ ఫామ్లో మీరు చూడబోతున్నారు. అందరూ ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొట్టారు.
హలో. సో ఎంతసేపటి నుంచో వెయిట్ చేస్తున్న పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ అండి. మంగళ నుంచి యంగ్ టాలెంటే కాదు, మన విమెన్ టాలెంట్ కూడా చూపిస్తూ, విమెన్ పవర్ ని చూపిస్తూ మీ ముందుకు రాబోతున్నారు. సో చూస్తుంటేనే చాలా చక్కగా ప్రిపేర్ అయ్యి వచ్చారని తెలుస్తుంది. సో అందరూ ఈగర్ గా వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నాము మీ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ కోసం. గట్టిగా ఒకసారి చప్పట్లు కొడితే మన శ్రీలత గారు అండ్ టీమ్ మన ముందుకు రాబోతున్నారు. హార్టీ వెల్కమ్. సాంగ్ ఏమై ఉంటుందని గెస్ చేస్తున్నారు? ఎనీ గెసెస్? కొంతమంది క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్ లీక్ అయిందండి, సారీ ఫర్ దట్. క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్ లీక్ అయింది, తెలియని వాళ్ళకి సర్ప్రైజ్ అలాగే పెడదాము. హియర్ వి గో.
नन्दितमेदिनि विश्वविनोदिनि नन्दनुते गिरिवरविन्द्यशिरोधिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि जिष्णुनुते भगवति हेशिति कण्ठकुटुम्बिनि भूरि कुटुम्बिनि भूरि कृते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते सुरवरवर्षिणि दुर्धरधर्षिणि दुर्मुखमर्षिणि हर्षरते त्रिभुवनपोषिणि शङ्करतोषिणि कल्मषमोषिणि घोषरते तनुजनिरोषिणि दिविसुतरोषिणि दुर्मदशोषिणि सिन्धुसुते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते मयि जगदम्ब मदम्ब कदम्ब वन प्रियवासिनि हासरते शिखरि शिरोमणि तुङ्ग हिमालय शृङ्ग निजालय मध्यगते मधु मधुरे मधुकैटभगञ्जिनि कैटभभञ्जिनि रासरते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते शतखण्ड विखण्डित रुण्ड विकुण्डित शुण्ड गजाधिपते विपुगज गण्ड विदारण चण्ड पराक्रम शुण्ड मृगाधिपते निज भुज दण्ड निपातित खण्ड विपातित मुण्ड भटाधिपते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते ऐरण दुर्मद शत्रुवधोदित दुर्धर निर्जर शक्तिवृते चतुर विचार धुरेण महाशिव दूत कृत प्रमथाधिपते दुरित दुरीह दुराशय दुर्मति दानव दूत कृतान्तमते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते शरणागत वैरिवधूवर वीरभराभयदायकरे त्रिभुवनमस्तक शूल विरोधि शिरोधि कृतामल शूलकरे दुमि दुमि तामर दुन्दुभिनाद महोमुखरीकृत चिद्मकरे जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते मात्र निराकृत धूम्र विलोचन धूम्रशते समर विशोषित शोणित बीज समुद्भव शोणित बीजलते शिव शिव शुम्भ निशुम्भ महाहवतर्पित भूत पिशाचरते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते क्षण संग परिस्फुरदङ्गनटकटके कनकपिशङ्ग पृषत्कनिशङ्ग रसत्कटशङ्ग हतावटुके कृतचतुरङ्ग बलक्षितिरङ्ग गटत् बहुरङ्ग रटत्पटुके जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते तथेयि तथेयि कृताभिनयोदर नृत्यरते कृतकुकुत कुकुतो गडदादिकताल कुतूहलगानरते धुधुकुट धुक्कुट धिन्दिमितध्वनि धीर मृदङ्गनिनादरते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते
వావ్ సింప్లీ వావ్ అండి అట్లనే Check.
See, it is a matter of pride. Our Mangala is bombarding this campus with such a marvelous dance, really moving everybody. First, Srilata offered such an excellent lunch where everyone is started sleeping here, or they went home to sleep, or some people are sleeping inside the building. Now these ladies have made us to wake up from this dance. Let me congratulate the entire team by giving bouquet to the trainer, choreographer, Mr. Sridhar. Next function, I will undergo training with Sridhar and break the records. Next song will continue in 2 minutes. బాబా హలో ఎవరు బయటకు వెళ్ళి సెక్యూరిటీ వాళ్ళు నేను ఉండగా అందరూ సెక్యూరిటీ వాళ్ళు నేను ఇక్కడ
hello.
What is this song? Vinayaka dance. Ganesha dance. What is this?
సో ఇప్పుడు అమ్మవారి పాట అయిపోయింది. నెక్స్ట్ రాబోతుంది మన ఫేవరెట్ వినాయకుడి పాటతో మన విమెన్ పవర్ చూపించడానికి లెజెండ్ తో చేయడానికి మీ ముందుకు రాబోతున్నారు. గట్టిగా ఒకసారి చెప్పండి. So let's encourage each other. Here we go with a beautiful legend. Music please.
Deva Shri Ganesha, 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 Deva Shri
Now, one of our alumni, very old employee of DR, one Mr. Narasimha will sing a song. Narasimha.
హలో ఇంతవరకు మనల్ని పిల్లలందరూ వచ్చి అలరించడం జరిగింది. మనం రిటర్న్ గిఫ్ట్ అనేది ఇవ్వాలి కదా, అది నిర్ణయించుకుని నేను డాష్ మీకు వచ్చాను. ఆ రోజుల్లో మనం ఎలా ఉండేవాళ్ళం? ఎవరు మాట్లాడరు? అలా ఉండేవాళ్ళం. ఓకే, ఇప్పటి వరకు పిల్లలు చేసిన దానికి నేను కూడా ఓ చిన్న గిఫ్ట్ ఇద్దామని చెప్పేసి డాష్ మీకు వస్తామని చెప్పాను, వచ్చాను. ఓకే, పిల్లలు చాలా బాగా చేశారు. నాకు కూడా మీ హర్షధ్వానాలతో ఎంకరేజ్ చేస్తారని చెప్పి ఆశిస్తున్నాను. ఎందుకంటే ముందర కొట్టేస్తే తర్వాత సరిగ్గా పాడలేదు అనుకో ఈ చప్పట్లు పడి ఉంటాయి. ఏమంటారు? ఈ సెల్ వాడటం మొదలు పెట్టే నుంచి ఓ చిన్న పొరపాట్లు ఎన్ని జరుగుతున్నాయంటే అన్ని జరుగుతున్నాయండి. పాలవాడికి ఓ పాట పంపించాను, అది కూడా చేయటచ్. అది సరే, వాడు భరిస్తాడు. కానీ ఇంత క్రితం డాక్టర్ రెడ్డి రీసెర్చ్ ఫౌండేషన్ లో చేసిన బాస్కి ఒక పాట పంపించాము పొరపాటున, ఎలా ఉంటుంది వాడి ఫేస్? కానీ ఏంటంటే నాకైతే కసి తీర్చున్నట్టుగా ఉంటుంది, వాడికైతే పాపం, అంటే వాడంటే నా వయసు వాడు కూడా. అందుకని మీ ఇద్దరం ఫస్ట్ స్నేహితులమే. అసలు ఈ పాట ఏ పాట పంపించానో చూడండి. ఏమండి, ఈ పాట పంపించింది ఆ వాయిస్ కూడా నాది. ఓకేనా? సో ఈ పాట వంశీ అన్న వేరే వాడికి పంపించబోయి, నా జూనియర్కి పంపించబోయి, వంశీ అన్న నా ఇన్ఛార్జికి పంపించాడు. ఆయన ఏం చేయాలో తెలియక ఓ మంచి కాంప్లిమెంట్ పంపించాడు. నరసింహారావు, నీలో ఈ టాలెంట్ ఉందని తెలియదు ఆయన అని చెప్పాడు. ఓకే, నేను అప్పుడు వెంటనే అది చూసి స్టన్ అయ్యాను. ఏంటి ఈయన రెస్పాండ్ అయ్యాడు ఏంటి? అసలు నెక్కి చూస్తే వంశీకి అది పంపించింది, ఈ వంశీకి పంపించాను. ఓకేనా? ఇలాంటి తప్పిదాలు ఈ ఫోన్ల వల్ల జరుగుతూనే ఉంటాయండి. నెక్స్ట్ మనం విషయానికి వచ్చేద్దాం. ఏమన్నాను నేను? పాట పాడతా అని చెప్పాను కదా, రిటర్న్ గిఫ్ట్ ఇస్తా అని చెప్పాను కదా, వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నారు కదా. అవును అంటేనే పాడతా. ఏమిటో టెక్నికల్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ చాలా వస్తున్నాయండి ఈ స్టేజ్ మీద. జై శ్రీరామ్. మీ అందరి కోసం ఈ పాట వెనకాల కూడా ఒక చిన్న స్టోరీ ఉందండి. ఈ పాట మా ఆవిడ నాకు పంపించింది. మా ఆవిడ నాకు పంపిస్తే నేనేం చేశాను, ఒరే ఇది చాలా బాగుందిరా అని చెప్పి మా ఫ్రెండ్స్ అందరికీ పంపించాను. మా ఫ్రెండ్స్ అందరికీ పంపిస్తే మా ఫ్రెండ్స్ ఏం చేశారు, వాళ్ళల్లో ఒకడు కె శివరామారావు అని చెప్పి ఒకడు ఉన్నాడు. A1లో చేశాడు, ఇప్పుడు కెనడాలో ఉన్నాడు వాడు. వాడేం చేశాడు, వరే నువ్వు అన్ని పాటలు పాడడం కాదు, దమ్ముంటే ఈ పాట పాడరా అని చెప్పి నాకు రిటర్న్ మెసేజ్ పెట్టాడు. పెట్టేప్పటికి ఈ పాట నేర్చుకునేప్పటికి నాకు తలమునకలైంది. నేర్చుకున్నాను, పాడదామని చెప్పి పాడి వాడికి పంపించాక వాడు ఏమనుకున్నాడో ఏమో, చివరికి బాగానే ఉన్నాడు. ఆ ధైర్యంతోనే మీ అందరికి కూడా ప్రజెంట్ చేస్తాను. మేలుకోవయ్యా మమ్మేలుకో రామా, మేలైన సీత సమేత నా భాగ్యమా, మేలుకో. నారదాదులు నిన్ను కోరి నీ మహిమలో వారిగా పాడుచున్నారిప్పుడు. తెల్లవారగా వచ్చినది శ్రీరామనవనీత, క్షీరములు మాగుగా.
Next is over to singers.
చాలా చాలా అద్భుతంగా పాడారు సార్.
మంచి గట్టి చప్పట్లు కొట్టండి మా కళాకారుడికి.
ఓకే, సో నెక్స్ట్ ఒక హిందీ సాంగ్ పాడబోతున్నాము. పాడబోయేది అనుష గారు.
హలో 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 హోమ్ హోమ్.
నరసింహారావు గారు చాలా చక్కగా పాడారు. ఇంకొకసారి గట్టిగా చెప్పండి. మా తరానికి మీరు ఆదర్శం. ఎంత పెద్ద స్థాయిలో ఉన్న ఉద్యోగంలో మన ప్యాషన్ని మనం వదులుకోకూడదు, మన హాబీస్ని, మన ప్యాషన్ని. సో దాంతో మనము మమేకమై ఉంటే మన మనసుకు చాలా ప్రశాంతంగా సంతోషంగా ఉంటుంది. సో అలాంటి జోనర్లోనే ఒక మంచి మెలోడీ పాటతో మేము ముందుకు వచ్చాను. సురమై అఖియోమే అంటూ ఇంతసేపు తెలుగు పాటలతో అలరించాము. ఇప్పుడు హిందీలో ఒక మంచి మెలోడీతో మేము ముందుకు వచ్చాను. హలో 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 యా
रात करत बर जाने वाला इतना कर दे नींद का रस बरसाने जाला इतना कर दे कि मेरी
థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
వావ్, చాలా అద్భుతంగా పాడారండి. నాకైతే మెమరీలోకి వెళ్ళిపోయాను బ్యాక్లో. సో అత్యద్భుతంగా పాడారు అనుష.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
సో నెక్స్ట్ సురేంద్ర. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ సురేంద్ర గారు వస్తారు ఒక తెలుగు పాటతో. సో అద్భుతమైన సాంగ్, చాలా మంచి అప్బీట్ ఉండే సాంగ్.
నమస్కారం. ఈ సాంగ్ సూర్య గారి సాంగ్, అప్పట్లో లైక్ వన్ ఆఫ్ మై ఫేవరెట్ సాంగ్స్ ఆ రోజుల్లో. ఈ సాంగ్ గురించి చెప్పాలంటే అనుకోకుండా ఆ రోజు అంటే మొదటిసారి ఈ సాంగ్ పాడినప్పుడు ఐ మెట్ మై లైక్ వుడ్ బి ఫాదర్ ఇన్ లా. సో అనుకోకుండా మళ్ళీ ఈ రోజున ఐ గాట్ ది ఆపర్చునిటీ టు సింగ్ దట్ సేమ్ సాంగ్ ఇన్ ఫ్రంట్ ఆఫ్ హిమ్. సో ఐ వాంటెడ్ టు షేర్ దట్ విత్ యూ ఆల్. అండ్ ఆయన అక్కడే ఉన్నాడు, శివరామకృష్ణ గారు. సో ఇట్స్ నాలోనే పొంగెను నర్మద. నాలోనే పొంగెను నర్మద, నీళ్ళలో మురిసిన తామర, అంతట్లో మారెను ఋతువులా పిల్లని వల్ల. నీతో పొంగే వెల్లువా, నీళ్ళలో ఈదిన తారక, బంగారు పువ్వుల కమలక, వేరేలే కాంచనా. ఓ శాంతి శాంతి ఓ శాంతి, నా ప్రాణం సర్వం నీవే, నా శ్వాసే నీవే దోచావే, చెలినేలే నీవు అయ్యావే. నాలోని పొంగెను నర్మదా, నీళ్ళలో మురిసిన తామర, అంతట్లో మారెను ఋతువులా పిల్లని వల్ల. ఏదో ఒకటి నన్ను తలచి, ముక్కు చివర మర్మమొకటి, కల్లా కపటం కరిగిపోయి పూసినవా భోగమెల్లా. నువ్వు నిలిచిన చోటేదో వెలయంతా పలికేను, నువ్వు నడిచే బాటంతా మంచల్లే అయ్యేను. నాతోటి నా ఇంటి వరకు, నా ఇల్లే చూసి నన్ను మెచ్చు. ఈమె ఎవరో ఎవరో తెలియకనే ఆ వెనకే నీడైపోతే, ఇది కలయో నిజమో ఏ మాయో, నా మనసే నీకు వశమాయే వశమాయే. నాలోని పొంగెను దోచుకెళ్ళా ఆశలన్నీ చల్లి వెళ్ళా నిన్ను దాటి పోతూ ఉంటే వీచెగాలి దిశలు మారు ఆగంటూ నీవంటే నా ప్రాణే ఆగేనే నీ తలలో పూలన్నీ పసిపాడబోయేనాడు కౌగిలింటే కోరలేదు కోరితే కౌగిలి కాదు నా జీవన సర్వం నీతోనే నన్ను తలచే నిమిషమిదిహేనే నువ్వు లేవు లేవు అనుకుంటే నా హృదయం పట్టుకోలేదే నాలోని పొంగెడు నర్మదా నీళ్ళల్లో కురిసిన తామర అంతట్లో మారెను ఋతువులా పిల్లా నీ వల్ల నీతో పొంగే వెల్లుగా నీళ్ళల్లో ఈదిన తారక బంగారు పువ్వుల గానుగా ఓ శాంతి శాంతి ఓ శాంతి నా ప్రాణం సర్వం నీవేలే నా శ్వాసే నీవే దోచావే చెలినే నీవు అయ్యావే థ్యాంక్ యూ
సురేంద్ర గారు అద్భుతంగా పాడారు. నాకు తెలిసి ఎందుకు అద్భుతంగా వచ్చిందో. ఫస్ట్ రోలో ఎవరో కూర్చొని ఉన్నారు, సమ్మర్ స్పెషల్. ఓ వెనక్కి వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు సడన్ గా. సర్లేండి, మేము ఎక్కువ ఇబ్బంది పెట్టాం.
అయితే ఇప్పటిదాకా హోస్ట్ చేసావు, ఇప్పుడు వెళ్ళి పాడు. సో మీ అందరికి చాలా ఇష్టమైన పాట ఇప్పుడు పునీత్ అండ్ అలాగే అనుష పాడతారు. సో ఈ పాట వీళ్ళ పాట మీరందరూ కూడా డెఫినెట్లీ పాడతారు, పాడొద్దన్నా కూడా పాడేస్తారు.
చెక్ 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 చెక్.
హలో.
కమ్మని నీ ప్రేమ లేఖనే రాసింది హృదయమే. ప్రియతమా నీ వచన కుశలమా నీ నిజట కుశలమే. ఊహలన్నీ పాటలే కనుల తోటలో
తొలి కలల కవితలే మాట మాటలో
ఓహో కమ్మని నీ ప్రేమ లేఖనే రాసింది హృదయమే. ప్రియతమా నీ వచన కుశలమా నీ నిజట కుశలమే.
మనుషులెరుగలేరు మామూలు ప్రేమ కాదు అగ్ని కంటే స్వచ్ఛమైనది మమకారమే ఈ లాలి పాటగా సాగింది హృదయమా ఉమాదేవిలా శివుని ఎంత భాగమైన లోన నిలువుమా శుభలాలి లాలి జో లాలి లాలి జో ఉమాదేవి లాలి జో లాలి లాలి జో ఓ కమ్మని ఈ ప్రేమ రేఖలే రాసింది హృదయమా ప్రియతమా నీ వచన కుశలమా థ్యాంక్ యూ థ్యాంక్ యూ
Just 1 minute. 2 minutes more. Please have, please, 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes.
Hello, mic check. This will be the last song for the event. సో ఇంకా వన్ మోర్ సాంగ్తో మనము ఎండ్ చేద్దాము. ఇది కాకుండా ఇంకొక పాటతో, ఇది ఒక మంచి పేట్రియాటిక్ ఫీల్ ఉన్న పాట, హిందీ సాంగ్ అగైన్ ఫ్రమ్ కేసరి మూవీ.
सजते सवरते हैं रांझे, तेरे इश्क के मैं हकदार नहीं, तेरी हीर तो धरती है रांझे। हाय तेरे मिट्टी में मिल जावा, गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा, इतनी आंखों से निकल के कौन कहे हाय तेरे मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू तेरी नदियों में बह जावा तेरी खेतों में लहरावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू Thank you so much.
Wow, such an emotional, touching rendition, Andy. So, sir.
Okay. Let the prize distribution be over, then you can sing. Now I would request our friend and alumni, Dr. D. Srinivasa Reddy, Director IICT, for giving the gifts to this cultural program artists. First singers.
A small best wishes for all the participants from Drf Alumni Get Together meet and greet today. So I would like to announce the participant names. First, Parnika Garu. Please welcome to the stage, Parnika Garu. Parnika Garu, please welcome to the stage. Put your hands together for Parnika Garu. Congratulations. Next, Punit Garu, please welcome to the stage. Punit Garu. Congratulations, Punit Garu. Next, I would like to announce Anusha Garu. Please welcome to the dais, Anusha Garu. Congratulations, Anusha Garu. Put your hands together for Anusha Garu. Next, I would like to announce Kiran Mai Garu. Please welcome to the stage, Kiran Mai Garu. Best wishes to you and congratulations. Next, I would like to announce Surendra Garu onto the stage. Ladies, put your hands together for Surendra Garu. Congratulations, Surendra Garu. All the very best. Next, our choreographer, dance choreographer, Sridhar sir. Sridhar sir, please welcome to the dais. Put your hands together for Sridhar sir. Congratulations, sir, and all the very best for your future. Congratulations, Sridhar Garu. Next, I would like to announce our performance dance list names. First, Chaitanya Garu, please welcome to the stage and receive the award. Congratulations, Chaitanya Garu. Don't feel more shy. All the very best. Put your hands together, ladies. Next, Deepa Garu, please welcome to the dais and receive the award. Congratulations, Deepa Garu. Heartful smile, Deepa Garu. Congratulations. Next, Prasanna Garu, please welcome to the dais. Next, Shravanti Garu, please welcome to the dais. Shravanti Garu, please welcome to the dais. No Garus. Congratulations, all the very best. Next, Alekya Garu, please welcome to the dais and receive the award. All the best, Alekya. Next, Jnana Garu, please welcome to the dais and receive the award. All the best, Jnana Garu. Next, I would like to announce Divya Garu onto the stage with lots of smile. Congratulations, Divya Garu, for being a part of the show. Next, Mansa, please welcome to the dais. All the very best, Mansa. Congratulations. Next, Aparna Garu, please welcome to the dais and receive the award. Congratulations, Aparna. All the very best. Ladies, put your hands together. No more encouragement from our ladies. Mangala ladies should be more energetic. Put your hands together. Next, Swapna Garu, please welcome to the dais. Congratulations, Swapna. All the very best. Next, Bhavani, please welcome to the dais and receive the award. Bhavani, all the very best with your cute smile. Put your hands together, ladies.
మీరు లేడీస్ అంటుంటే జెంట్స్ ఎవరు చప్పట్లు కొట్టట్లేదండి. అది ఒక్కసారి వాళ్ళకి చెప్పండి, వాళ్ళే ఇంకా గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొట్టాలని. అదనమాట.
Now I welcome Srilata Garu, who has organized the catering. You enjoyed really the excellent lunch and also the cultural program. She has been struggling with coordinating these programs and training these ladies since October. Let us give her a big hand.
అవునండి, ఒక్కసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు శ్రీలత గారికి. ఎందుకంటే ఇంత మందిని కోఆర్డినేట్ చేయడం, ఇంత ఫుడ్ అండ్ ఆర్టిస్ట్ని కోఆర్డినేట్ చేయడం చాలా టఫ్. అండ్ ఒక్కసారి వర్మ గారికి కూడా ఇంకా గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు, ఎందుకంటే అసలు ఇంకా గట్టిగా అరుపులు కూడా వినిపించాలి.
అందులో అమ్మాయిలు
అదే
అందులో అమ్మాయిలను కోఆర్డినేట్ చేయడం ఇట్ ఇస్ ఇంపాసిబుల్ జాబ్.
కానీ వి మేడ్ యువర్ జాబ్ ఈజీ కదా సార్. అది సో థ్యాంక్ యూ. సో శ్రీలత గారికి కూడా ఒక్కసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు. ఫుడ్ వాజ్ ఎక్స్ట్రాడినరీ, చాలా చాలా బాగుండింది.
Dr. Srinivas Reddy Garu, sincere thanks for obliging our request. We would like to meet you in the next Drf Get Together. We are planning to organize next year. Please definitely come next year also and encourage us. Next, Srilata Perlu.
Next, our young talent, children from my home Mangala. Krishna Lasya, please welcome to the stage. All the very best, Lasya. Congratulations, Lasya. So sweet of you. Receive the award from Varma Garu. Next, Snigdha, please welcome to the dais. Snigdha. Congratulations, Snigdha. All the very best. Next, Mahalakshmi, please welcome to the dais. Next, Mahalakshmi. Please welcome to the dais and receive the award. Congratulations, Mahalakshmi.
This is now we are going to close this function with vote of thanks, sincere thanks to all the DRF alumni. And let me thank the organizing committee, Srinivas.